This meeting of the East Troy School District Board of Education and all other meetings of the board are open to the public in compliance with state statute. Notice of the meeting has been sent to the media and/or has been posted publicly in an attempt to make the citizens of the district aware of the time, place, and agenda of this meeting. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. We have approval of the minutes from the June 10th, 2024 regular board meeting. I need a motion. No.
Second.
Comments, questions? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Oh, hey, Ted.
Hey, Anna.
All right, that motion carries as well. Public participation. Is there anyone who wanted to speak publicly tonight? Corey, go ahead.
Try not to break this here. Oh, Corey Franz. I'm a resident of East Troy, father of four East Troy students, and husband to Tori, you may know. She's an employee of East Troy Schools. Also the co-founder of the East Troy Moxie softball club. Wanted to talk to you today about just some concerns we had with policy 830. We started our club in, sorry, a little nervous. Not a good public speaker. We started in 2020 with the one team, 12 girls, 7 and 8 year olds who could basically throw and catch a softball. We now have 4 different levels, 8U, 10U, and 12U. Yesterday, our 10U girls pink team almost won its 3rd consecutive tournament. We love our girls, our families. We pride ourselves in high quality softball instruction, using the sport of softball as a vehicle to teach the girls important lessons. In just 48 hours, we have tryouts for next season, the 2025 season. We're looking to bring on a 14U team and a mini Moxie 5 to 7 year old team. We also kind of pride ourselves on being affordable for people. Basically, because of the support we have from the schools, we have indoor practice facilities free of charge, and we can offer our families a product at low cost. We also utilize an angel program for players with financial hardship and that want to play. We've used that for 2 families in order to get them into the program. One of the major concerns that we have is the 75% threshold required to be as Group A. They need to have East Troy citizenship. This next year, we're looking at about 83%. But one of the things we have is, as we grow and as we get girls at older programs, when you get older, sports become a little bit more of a year-round commitment, and girls have to pick and choose soccer, they have to choose basketball, and in order to fill those teams, we need to dip into other communities in order to keep them going. Another concern we have is with the policy scheduling. Right now, you can't make a request sooner than 180 days prior to the event. We're hoping for 365 days. As of right now, next year we're going to have to schedule over 70 practices, and the way that it's currently set up, we'd have to do that each one individually. It's just inefficient way to do it, not only for us, but for East Troy. Lastly, just wanted to bring up about the facilities in general. Right now, the girls' varsity and JV teams are currently using the Mitchell Fields Diamonds. Basically, they're not at the same playing field as the guys are right now, with things like dugouts, batting cages, irrigation systems, things like that. So basically, we're looking to see if you guys can look at that policy, consider the East Troy Moxie program in some of your decisions, and we look forward to a bright future in the town. So pardon my nervousness, and thanks a lot for your time.
Thanks, Corey. Did anyone else want to speak this evening? Okay. There's no financial report for this meeting, so we'll move on to discussion and action items. First up is staffing resignations.
Yes, there's two. One would need to have an action. One's support staff that does not need action, but I'd like to at least give great gratitude to the individual. So this individual wrote, "To whom this may concern, I would like to take this time to submit my letter of resignation, July 9th of 2024. First, I'd like to put out a big thank you to the East Troy School District for the support it has given me for the last almost 20 years of work experience. I have learned lots, and I hope will help with my new endeavor I've taken on. Again, thank you for the years. My first day of work at my new job will be on the 29th of July, 2024. My last work day here will be on July 28th if needed. Respectfully submitted, Gabe Horvath." And I just want to say, I've been here now going in my 18th year, so I've had an opportunity to be with Gabe all the years. He's been here a little longer, and it's just been a pleasure having him around and working with us. So we wish him nothing but the very best in his new endeavors. Yeah, and he was always willing to, right? There's a reason why he moved throughout the district, because he always wanted to learn new assignments and new positions. So took on the challenge. So just good luck to Gabe, and I know Jake would reiterate my sentiments on that. The second one is, dear Mr. Trindle, Adams, our middle school principal. He is not the one. All right, I should state that. I was probably like, whoa, what letter is that? It is addressed to Mr. Trindle. Dear Mr. Trindle, please accept this as my formal letter of resignation from East Troy Middle School. I will be revoking my contract for the 24-25 school year. I am grateful for the opportunity to start my career as an educator here and having the opportunities to not only continue the strong tradition of musical excellence the school has, but also implement changes to our general music curriculum to create a more student-centered music class. It has truly been an honor. Please let me know how I can help during this transition and make it as smooth as possible. I wish you all the very best. Best wishes, and thank you, Curtis Wetzel." So again, we wish Curtis nothing but the best. We really appreciate the time and efforts and energy he has given us. Has Curtis been here 2.5 years? Am I correct on that? 2.5 years, and has just done a really nice job. So we wish Curtis the best in his new future endeavors too.
I'll make a motion to regretfully accept the resignation of Curtis Wetzel, middle school band. Discussion. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Are there any others? Thank goodness. Okay, staffing recommendations.
All right, good evening. I have two candidates for two different positions. I'll start with special education teacher. I just put this on your table prior to the meeting, so it's fresh off the copy machine here. Emily Suchecki is the candidate that we're bringing forward to you for consideration and recommendation. She fills the position of Emily Sams. Emily left our district to work in the school district where her children are attending. As you know, and as Amanda has pointed out over the course of the last few years, hiring special education teachers, this is a pool that is challenging to fill vacancies with. So we posted. We had 5 candidates for the position. We brought in 3 individuals. One had already accepted another position. The other one had didn't have the licensure that we were looking for. So we brought in 3 different candidates. By far and away, Emily Suchecki here will meet our needs. Emily Sams, which they're going from Emily S to Emily S, making it easy on the mailboxes here. Comes to us from working in McGuanago School District for 8 years. Highly educated, has a bachelor's degree, master's degree in curriculum, and also a special autism certification program. We were very impressed with her interview. References also indicate just a really strong quality employee, excellent with staff and students. Given the needs that Lindsay has shared over the period of time too, like the demographics of students moving into Prairie View, high placement levels of special education with not only academic but behavioral needs, and we are very confident that Emily Suchecki will be able to meet those needs. So her application follows the hiring synopsis on the front. Okay. Second one, 3rd grade teacher, we would like you to consider, based off our recommendation, Tammy Murphy. Tammy, some of you know, David Murphy's wife. She is filling the position of Andrea Kane. Andrea did not sign her contract. When we talk about healthy organizational culture, she was very honest about just like work-life balance. She was living about 45 minutes away, family growing, and just had her own personal needs. So while we will miss Andrea, we're excited to bring Tammy on board as well too. So the process that we went through here, we had 25 candidates. Gone are the days when I'm old enough to tell you that I've posted for 3rd grade positions several times in my life, where we will have 150, 200 applicants. So we had 25. I was happy with getting that 25. We brought in 7 different candidates. The candidates answered our questions based off of our goals and initiatives. The team, which is outlined here, felt like we could get it down to our top 3. And so then Amy and I discussed bringing the candidates back in for one last second round. Checking on Tammy's references, again, comes to us having experience in that 2nd and 3rd grade team. Again, reference is very positive with classroom management, working with students with a lot of different academic and behavioral needs, reliable, dependable, open to feedback. And I know, given your potential acceptance, she's very excited to be part of the Prairie View family. Any questions?
Motion to approve the hiring of Emily Suchecki for the special education teacher and Tammy Murphy for 3rd grade teacher, both at Prairie View.
Discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Adam? Go ahead.
Good evening. I have just an informational to share with you in staffing. Rachel Bellis, our administrative assistant, did resign at the end of June. She decided to move back home, kind of relocate, better situation for her family. So we definitely understand that and want to thank Ms. Bellis for her about 6 months of service for East Troy Community School District. We did already find a replacement that we're really excited about. Morgan Mazinski is going to be our new administrative assistant. She is an East Troy resident, a 2018 UW Whitewater graduate. Seems really excited to join our school district, and we're excited to have her. So she is actually going to be starting next week with us.
Great. Thank you.
am presenting our last teaching position, and then we are fully staffed here at the high school, which is very exciting. It's an English position. We had 2 English postings this year. So you'll see on the hiring synopsis sheet, we have about 40 applicants. It got a little hairy with the 2 positions, right? Keeping everything straight. And often when you're hiring for 2 positions, you hold one set of interviews and try to find 2 candidates out of that pool. That didn't happen for us. So we held 3 rounds of interviews. And on June 10th, we interviewed Amalia Santos. Amalia is a recent graduate of Ripon College. She will have her bachelor's degree in English education. She was nominated by her cooperating teacher. We did reference calls for the Wisconsin Student Teacher of the Year award. I didn't even know that was an award you could be nominated for, but he nominated her for that, and he said hire her now. So very strong reference from the cooperating teacher. I thought it was an important part of her resume, which was very extensive. She did a lot of professional development work trying to grow herself at Ripon, but she also worked in the library. That's always a good thing when you're going to be an English teacher. She worked the circulation desk and was a tutor at Ripon as well. She states in her materials that forming strong relationships creates a positive culture within the classroom that fosters consistent hard work and improvement. I thought that was very enlightening. So recommending Amalia Santos for our English position here at the high school.
I'll make a motion to approve the hiring of Amalia Santos for the high school English position.
I'll second.
Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Ted, you good?
Yeah, I'm good.
And then another informational one, our registrar here at the high school, Brenda Rosine, retired at the end of July here. So we held interviews for that position as well. And Jessica Brummel, she goes by Jessie, will be our new registrar. She has already started down in the counseling office last week. She comes to us with much experience. As she worked in the public defender's office in Elkhorn. So she really understands her attention to detail, impeccable work ethic, welcoming personality, while balancing, the rigors of the job. So she's fit right in. She's doing a fantastic job. So just wanted to inform you that Jessie Brummel is the new registrar down in the high school counseling office.
Anything else? Okay, we'll move on to approval of donations.
Good evening, everyone. If you recall, a couple months ago, the board decided to pass policy 829 in terms of naming school facilities and sponsorships. And so there was some letters that went out to businesses asking if they were interested. And I received some feedback, some applications from various businesses. If you could put, Justin, could you put the... So some of the options, there's 5 businesses that sent in an application. They want to pay the $750 to create a sign to put on a fence. So our options are on the football field, the soccer fields, or the baseball field. When businesses send in their application, they can tell us which field they want us to put it on, or if they just want us to choose. Campbell Construction is one of the businesses that wants to do the $750. They want their sign to go on the baseball field. If you can go to the next slide. Tim Werwe is State Farm Insurance, also sent in application, doesn't care which field it goes on, but we'll pay the $750. Next slide. First Citizens Bank wants theirs on the football field for this next calendar year. Next slide. Joe's Plumbing also wants to pay $750. They don't care which field it goes on. And then the next one is Toronto. Sorry, they sent me a small logo. So Tronomy Builders, obviously the sign will be bigger than this, but any field as well. So those 5 businesses reached out, want us to put a sign up for the next calendar year. The way the process works, I know it's brand new, but they send an application, I present to you, you decide if we're okay with them putting the sign up, and then they'll send the check, and then I will take care of them getting the sign taken care of and hung up. And then the last one, Justin, if you wanna go to the next slide. One of the options is for 3 years, business can pay $15,000 to name either one of our gyms, or there's also a baseball naming facility as well. Culver's has reached out, would like to name Gym 3 for the next 3 years. They're willing to pay $15,000 to name it Culver's Court. They created this sign. If you want to go to the next one as well. So they created 2 different signs to hang up. Their desire is to put one sign below the scoreboard in the main gym where the video board is. There's like a big space right there to hang the sign, and then have another sign hanging when you walk in, like outside in the lobby area right before you walk into the gym. So they're willing to put up like I said, the $15,000 to name it Culver's Court for the next 3 years. Interesting side note, Brianna Campbell came in. She was actually here when they named it the Palladium. She's part of that's what it's called, the gym's called now. So she's part of the new leadership that wants to change it to Culver's Court. So I'm asking the board if they are willing to agree, and then I can move the next step forward in collecting funds from the businesses and then getting the signs hung up.
Brian, I would imagine all of it, I mean, I'm seeing it meets every other requirement within that policy in regards to what would be accepted by the board.
Yes.
Because we've outlined that.
Yes.
And if the board were to approve these tonight, it also would be, they're approving of these are the images, correct? That there wouldn't be new
Correct.
language? or
Correct. Yep.
anything, right?
These are the images. Obviously, the Tron may want to be bigger, but yes, these are the images that they submitted along with their application. They fill an application. I looked over their applications, and then these are the images that they want on the signs.
And it's truly a sign for, like, when I hear about Culver's Court, it's not gonna be something that's gonna be on the court.
Correct.
That would
Nope, it's not.
require
It'll
us,
be
right?
hung on the wall.
Just wanna
And
make
then-
sure everybody understood that.
Yep, and then part of the language in the policy, so when they name, so the Culver's Court's a little bit different, they will supply the sign. The 1-year agreements, so when they pay that $750, we purchase a sign that comes out of that. I believe it's $140 for the sign that comes out of that. We purchase a sign, then we hang it up. But Culver's will supply, once they name a facility, they supply the actual signage that comes as well. But this is, they will look like these 2 signs that are up here. 3 by 5, 3 feet by 5 feet. And the reason we did that, the fence, so the football field, there's that shorter fence that goes around, so it fits perfect on that fence.
Brian, you said the other Culver's sign, the first one, this is the second one, I think, right?
Yep.
The first one would go under the scoreboard.
One of them will. I don't know which one is which.
Okay.
So
Regardless, yeah.
one will go under the sign, one will go on.
So there are sponsors currently under the scoreboard.
Correct. So those are attached to the scoreboard. There's a big space below.
So below
the
that.
scoreboard.
Okay, I just
Yep.
want to be clear. Those
Yep.
will stay.
Yep.
This would be in addition to.
Yes.
So.
Yep. And those signs are part of like the Booster Club. The signs
Got
that are
it.
attached to the
Thank you.
the video board. Those are part of the Booster Club's sponsorship fees.
Great. I
So
just want to
we,
make sure I
agreed
understood.
to leave those. Booster Club has those, and then this will be naming the actual gymnasium.
Is this replacing the Palladium?
Yes.
Do you have policy 829 printed out in front of you?
Yes, I do.
I just don't have it memorized.
Okay.
I can't remember if we name a fee or if the applicant prescribes a fee that they would like to pay.
No,
For-
we have fees listed.
We have it listed,
Yep,
okay.
Yep. And that's what the letter that went out to businesses, it listed
Great.
everything that said exactly this is what you pay for.
Great. I
And
couldn't
so
remember.
the naming of the facility is a 3-year agreement, and then once that's up, if somebody wants to rename it, we can choose to do so.
Great.
But yes, the Palladium sign will come down in the gym as well.
Any other questions? Would anyone like to make a motion?
I'll make a motion to accept the donations of sponsorships and naming rights as prescribed.
Any other questions? Comments, concerns? All those in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? Sounds like that's approved. Any other donations? Okay, then we're up to point D, community survey results to the school board per school perceptions.
And by the way, Corey, you did a very nice job. No, don't be critical of yourself. You did a very nice job. Not an easy thing to get up in front of people. I get that, so I do. So next time, take the mic right back to your seat. But you did a nice job. I mean that. But Darren Sievers is going to present. Darren works for School Perceptions. He's a former district administrator. Has been in education is a long, long time, and he's going to present the community survey results. And literally just focus on the results. And then the board can ask any questions of the results. Obviously, we have a workshop session coming up, which will be working through what the results are telling us. But what I wanted to do tonight was a little bit for the board and all of us here, but also for the community. And that is I want to talk about really quickly how we got to the survey itself. And then Darren will take over showing the results of the survey. Jess, can you keep going for me, Jess? So really quick, I want to hit on these 5 things, and I want to go through them really quickly about why we're here, connecting the needs, strategically addressing the needs, engaging the community, and presenting the survey results. This is where we're at tonight. We're presenting the results, but this is the work we've done up to this point in time. So why are we here? Very quickly, as we've been talking about to our community, to a CFAC, to various other stakeholders, right? It's not a new statement about why we're here. But we do not have enough sustainable and predictable, stable funding, right, within basically the established state revenue limits. That is why we're here. That is why we had to talk about the operational referendum, which, again, I thank the East Troy community for supporting for the 3-year, $3 million operational. But that is why we're back in regards to talking about it from a facility standpoint. So as we state here, because of that, it caused us to have large-scale facilities repairs and replacements to have to be deferred for some time, and we've listed out what those deferred maintenance projects were. In a nutshell, inconsistent funding undermines sustainability, and in this case, because we have addressed the operational for 3 years, it has now, we've had issues of having to address the large-scale facilities. We've always known this was occurring. If you recall, we made a choice, and the board had a very difficult choice to make, and that was to address operations or facilities or both. When we approved of the April operational a year ago, or 2 years ago now almost. But with the direction we went was to address the operational first, try to have some stabilized funding for us to maintain current staffing, current programming, and meet any other new needs possibly, and get and ultimately say, okay, after that, let's address the large-scale facility needs. Strategically addressing the needs very quickly. Look, we weren't just going at this with no end in mind. So we obviously were trying to manage the change. We're trying to look at normal aging. We're not looking at severe upgrades and everything else. We're looking at normal aging and life expectancies mainly of a lot of the especially highest priorities. And then we are obviously trying to address some of the changes just in regards to, if you're talking about science labs. And is a science lab really should it really be out of just a classroom that used to be an art room? Or should it be adjusted to truly meeting the needs of what a science lab should be? A strategic approach we took from this then, right? We tried to obviously address everything to our 4 strategic priorities. The learner empowerment, healthy organizational culture, having our community be engaged and communicating to our community and vice versa. And then finally being very efficient and effective. Right? Being fiscally responsible, a huge part of anything that comes out of it. And then we were looking at our district goals, right? We have 6 district goals, but primarily the last 2, as we'll get to, were the most critical ones that we were looking at while we were addressing everything else. You know, one of the big things is, right, a lot of people don't think of it, but attracting and retaining quality staff, it's a very, as Mark just demonstrated, right, not a huge labor market any longer like we used to have. It's a very competitive labor market in education right now. And education never used to have to battle the private sector, to be quite honest. Now we are. We're battling the private sectors for people who are saying, I'll go to the private sector instead of working in public education maybe. And with that being said, we have to think about facilities as a component of attracting and retaining staff. It's not just on the operational side. It can be on the facility side. These were the 5 planning phases. So this is what we began, right, with, and now you'll see kind of where we're at. So in 23-24, August 23 to February 24, we started talking about clarifying the facts. And that's what we did a lot of the work with CFAC at the beginning too. So we did a lot of work on gathering that information. So when we began talking and working with different various groups. In January 2024, and it's been ongoing, is building awareness. We're still doing that, right? So but we've been building awareness of the facts, and the facts is the key. March to April of this past year, we began really working on community engagement and talking about that. We will continue to do that. We obviously now are here a little bit, and that is, what are we going to propose a solution? What will that be? What will the board decide on that based upon maybe the information that we learn of, right? And so hence why the community survey came in about. And then if wherever we go with that, we will have to work back on informing the public of those decisions and solutions. So again, I won't go through this. I already hit on those 4 areas of the strategic priorities, but they've always been at the forefront. We aren't losing sight of them at all in anything we're doing. You can go to, okay. These were the 6 district goals that I talked about. The primary ones, right, they're all vitally important. But when we were talking about facilities, right, it comes down to current and future educational needs. These aren't just goals that were created now. These have been our district goals for the longest time. So current and future educational needs, adapting facilities for current and future educational needs. Fiscal responsibility, demonstrating fiscal responsibility through efficiency and effectiveness. 2 vitally important parts as we move forward in determining what our district needs and what will the community possibly support. I kind of think I've gone through that enough. Then we began working with PSI quite some time ago, all the way back to February 2021 when they had put in their request for a proposal for us to be approved by the board. And they began working with our mainly building grounds directors and others in regards to some long-range planning, basically identifying the needs of the district. And then working through the subcommittees, facility subcommittees, and others in regards to prioritizing those needs. And you'll see the timeline. So all the timeline involving CFAC and everything else, getting us the whole way up to here. So there's been a lot of things that have been done over the time, including referendum decisions and operational decisions and getting a operational referendum passed and so on. So this did not just occur in the last few months, right? I mean, and I would tell you we could go well beyond 21, right? That we've been talking about structural needs and operational needs. As we've said for 17 years, the 17 years I've been here, we have, for the funding of for our budget balancing efforts, we've done over 11 million in budget balancing efforts. And it's probably even greater than that. I just haven't looked at it recently. So those things have been going on for some time. Josh? Community engagement is our 3rd strategic priority, right? And so we've been trying to provide meaningful input with the Board of Education Administration, analyzing all the potential solutions. A big part of this, that is where CFAC came from, our Citizens Facilities Advisory Committee, or Community Facilities Advisory Committee. They worked tirelessly on learning a lot of information, right? In the first couple meetings, I felt really bad because everyone wanted to get into solutions, and we kept just trying to clarify facts after fact after fact. But it was really important to have that background information. You really had to have it. And I think a lot of people appreciated it. And then from there, a lot of good dialogue came on solutions. And the solutions were in a variety of ways. But in the end, they came through with saying, we really want to kind of survey out 2 solutions, which is where this surveys came out in regards to the 2 solutions. The board had looked at the survey and approved of it, but CFAC really went with those 2 solutions, and not much got changed from their recommendation, which was having a base plan and those priorities within the base plan, and then having the base plan plus some additional things and explaining why those additional things were needed. And we're going to go to Darren. The only thing I just want to state is, you can go to the next slide really quick. So I just want to remind people. So this is what our goal is tonight, right? So we want to listen to the results and ask clarifying questions to Darren about the survey results, and that'll be the school board asking those. After review is delivered, right? The board then can work towards asking us questions, emailing us questions to prepare for the 29th workshop, right? Like, hey, we have this question, we'd like you to find the information, gather the data. So please do that between now and the 29th to any and all of us administrators in regards to questions you have that you might need more assistance from the Facts of School Perceptions survey. And then finally on the 29th, and we'll be up here in the high school library for the community if they want to come and listen, because it's an open meeting. By all means, you can come and listen. It is a board workshop session, though. The board will be working on and discussing the survey results, other possibly facts or questions or considerations, and then determining where do we go next? What do we do? And we need to remember that it is in August, that if we were to go for a resolution and have any type of referendum question in November, we must do so in August. So we would have to have that done by then. So really on the 29th, I would tell you, if we were to move forward with a possibility of any type of resolution, we would need direction that night so we can start working with legal counsel on drafting the resolution language so you could look at it and determine whether or not approve or change it. So that would be kind of the goal that we would need that night for direction. Now I'll just turn over to Darren.
Good evening, everyone. Is this on? Okay. All right. Thanks for having me. Again, my name is Darren Sievers. I'm in my 2nd year with School Perceptions. Prior to that, I worked for the Slinger School District for 27 years in a variety of roles, the last 9 as superintendent. And we use School Perceptions for just about anything that impacted the community, whether it was reopening after COVID or parent evaluation of programming like you recently, Chris recently did, and we did a referendum survey back in 2016 when I was superintendent. So that's where I became passionate about helping districts on the other side of the table. I think, there we go, down. All right, so here are your results. You know about us because we worked together a couple of times. In fact, one of my first projects when I joined the company was East Troy in the fall of 22. We've done over 10,000 staff, parent, student, and community surveys, and we're now just topped the 1,000 mark as far as the number of districts that we've helped with this process in all 50 states. So here are your results. Everything going forward will be about East Troy. We had a deadline of the 24th of June. Interestingly enough, you had 1,162 respondents, which is within 9 respondents of the last time you did a community survey. So very bizarre and consistent, I would say. So this gives us a margin for error of plus or minus 2.93%. That's a very important number to keep in mind, because when we wrap up here, I'm going to give you a projection of voter support that you'll take into your workshop for your planning and decision making. So first of all, some disaggregations. We keep a close eye on different age groups. A couple populations we in particular want to see a great turnout, and that is 65 plus. 65 plus, 39% of the respondents were in that age category. That's a good thing, because they are very reliable voters. They're very sensitive to new taxes because they're typically retired and on a fixed income. So we want to know how they feel. Well, those opinions are in the survey for sure. The other group we look towards is that 35 to 44, 45 to 54, kind of that's some prime parenting ages, and we got a good response there too. In fact, we look further at the data. 90% of your respondents were residents. Now you may ask, how can that not be a 100? That's because we mailed the survey to residents, but we also emailed the survey to parents and to staff for ease of, they could take it a couple different ways. as Chris alluded to, you really want your employees to be invested in whatever is taking place. Not all of your employees are going to be residing in East Troy. And so going forward, any of the data I present to you will be based on the 90% that can vote. We'll take out the opinions that don't reside in the district, but it's still important to ask your employees about the prioritization of facility improvement scope, because these are their working conditions. And I can vouch for your elementary principal talking about that. I was an elementary principal in Slinger back in the early 2000s, and you had hundreds of applicants for jobs. And now we had a first grade opening where one year we had 500 applicants, and my last year as superintendent we had 19. That's how much it's changed. So we'll focus on the residents. We're going to be able to study for you municipalities. If you get in your workshop and are wondering about different municipalities, we just had a project in Portage where the city got a referendum on the ballot ahead of the school, passed an $11 million ambulance center. Well, that made things all the more challenging for the school to talk to their community about a pool and a new middle school. Don't know that there's anything like that going on in East Troy, but there is. That's why we ask that question, is to be able to disaggregate your data based on tax municipality and study that. Talking to Chris, this seems like a pretty representative distribution of your population in your enrollment. All right, so then we ask a question, are you an employee of the district? 13% of those 1,163 respondents were employees. That's good. That's nice to see that level of activity from your employees. Know that when we give you a projection of support, we'll have to correct that and weight it appropriately, because less than 1% of voters are employees. So we want to know how they feel, but they really don't move the needle at the polls, okay? The other graphic to look at is actually right in line with what your census data tells us. 27% of survey respondents were parents, and as we study your 2020 census data, we're projecting, and we'll weight it accordingly, 30% of your voters are parents. Okay, so that's right in line, so that's good. So these are screenshots of your survey, so we're getting real close to looking at your results. So funding sources, we did some educating. Our survey is less a survey, more of an interactive newsletter where we try to educate the community on what's taking place in the community, what the district's needs are, educate them so that they can answer the questions with that background in mind. Talk to them about the base plan. Kudos to Jake. I sit through a lot of board meetings via Zoom or in person, and that was one of the most comprehensive facility studies I've ever witnessed the night that I was here in May. And so no doubt about it, every nook and cranny has been looked at as far as what the needs are, and there's a lot of them. That's the reality of it is, and I don't know how you get down to a base plan, but between the CFAC and Jake and Chris, you got there. So here's where we tested. The base plan was $24 million. And when we asked the staff, 72% of staff were on board with that base plan. 15% undecided, 13% against. When we disaggregated it by the parents, 63% were on board with the base plan, 11% undecided, 26% against. But the next slide, I'm going to preface this by saying, so remember, I'm going to remind you, 30% of your voters are parents. 70% are non-parents, non-staff. They don't work here, they don't send their kids here, but you need their vote in order for anything to have support. And that's where the support dropped. This is not abnormal to have the lowest support be with a non-parents, non-staff. The trouble with this slide is that we have 52% of them against the base plan. So as I told you, we correct it based on percentage. We didn't have to do a lot of that here, but we projected the support, the blue bar of the parents, and then the purple people, as we call them within the company, the non-parents, non-staff. And right now, if we put it to vote today, the base plan would project out at 43.4% support. Okay. Now, a couple things to keep in mind. Plus or minus 2.9%. There's a margin for error there. So we do some projects in North Dakota, northern Wisconsin, where there's 200 or 300 responses. We have a margin for error in the 5 or 6% range. Because you had so many surveys taken, your margin for error goes down, but it's still got to be accounted for. The other thing to point out, and I'm going to go back one slide, we did count every undecided as a no. Okay? And that wasn't always the case within the company. Pre-COVID, there was a time where we would look at maybe 1/3 to 1/4 of those undecideds to the side of yes. Post-COVID, that formula did not hold true. We've seen 5%, 10% only coming to the side of yes. We've had some where none come to the side of yes. So that's the big unknown. So that we don't want to inflate the data and lead you the wrong direction. So the undecideds are counted as no's right now. I get that question every time, so I just decided to lead it out there because I know some of you are probably thinking that. So then, we did test the additional scope too. We had $8 million in middle school priorities, some really neat projects that start to chip away at those, we'll call them wants, but they seem like needs to me being an educator. And they were at $8 million threshold. We asked for feedback on that. There's your staff data. There's your parent support. And that's where things landed with the non-parents, non-staff. And so as we weight them, 30, 70, that's where you'd land with the additional scope. The closing question on every survey we give is we call it our net promoter question. We ask them on a scale of 0 to 10, how likely would you be to recommend the district to a friend or family member? We don't just ask this for fluff. We ask this because it correlates very highly with referendum passage rates. Yours came in at a 6.47, slightly below average compared to what the average scores we compiled, and we've asked this for years and years. What we tend to look for is there any areas below 5, neutral is 5, so that's where the majority landed, is at the neutral score. No big bands at the lower end, and definitely some advocates on the top. I mean, to have 16% giving you a perfect 10, 10% 9, 16% 8. Those 8, 9s, and 10s that we studied, those are the people that are going to go out and talk up the project to their neighbors. They're going to be the cheerleaders. They're going to be the advocates. They're going to be the people coming, listening to this impactful PowerPoint slide. No, you're at the last meeting, so I know you're invested, and those are the people that want the best for the district and are going to try to do anything they can to help you as a board make these good decisions on behalf of the kids in this community. So that's the data I have for you tonight. I'm ready to take any and all questions you have.
One thing too off
Yeah.
of that, right? When you're
Yeah.
doing the 6.47, we won't get into the whole family satisfaction survey. That's a different night, different time. But I think it's important to, and Darren can hit on it because Darren's the one who oversaw the family satisfaction survey for East Troy. But the results were great. I mean, really, they really were great.
Yeah, the fastest growing area of our company is the checking in with parents, checking in with staff, checking in with kids.
So I guess what I'm
And-
trying to say is, right,
Yeah.
is that the people we're providing the product to, they're very satisfied
Yeah.
with what, I mean, very satisfied in all different areas. Darren can't wait to come to our district to talk about that. He said,
Yeah.
he goes, it's good news. And
Yeah.
it's not always good news in other districts sometimes, but so you remind yourselves when you look at the average is important. We want the average to be higher for everybody who feels connected to East Troy Community School District. But the average on the parents who are within the system is extremely high.
Yeah, I've had to give some pretty tough reports this spring to some districts about how their parents are feeling about things. Your report was a ray of sunshine because overall they're feeling very good. Their experience, their kids' experience. Unfortunately, what this report is telling you is that the tax increase support is not there right now. So, please, any questions you have,
The undecideds were represented on each breakout, but do you know what the undecideds would be like on this, when you're looking at it all combined? You put them in the nose, right?
Yeah,
So that's what I was
so I'm going to tell you it's going to be about 12. And that's actually the company average of undecideds is 12. So you're not abnormal. Sometimes when we see 18 to 20, that means that they didn't have enough information. And the fact that the undecideds is right at the company average tells me very good data provided by Jake and the CFAC team, PSI, Chris, all the ways that you hit your community with the information, their indecisiveness is not out of the ordinary, so they were informed. They're just reluctant to let their taxes go up to this level. Which is tough, because quite honestly, I know that Jake prioritized, along with Chris and the CFAC, the most pressing things.
I think there was an additional question on the survey about like anything else you want to provide or feedback you want to give. So
Yeah,
can we look at
what
that in
what we
advance?
had is just the questions, comments, and we did compile those.
Okay.
We typically, for this presentation, and I can provide those to you for your workshop.
Yeah.
By all means, Chris and I will talk tomorrow, and if you want, there's two ways you can have them. You can have what we call our comment theme analysis report, where I'll tell you the 7 to 8 most frequently commented on items. Or if you really want to have a thick skin and just dig in, we can just do a download of every comment.
I would like it both ways.
Okay. What I would tell you is we've already looked at that, just because this is getting a little later in the summer
Sure.
than we typically. We've had a lot of projects this spring, and this project is kind of wrapping up people that are getting ready to have it on the ballot in November. I would tell you that almost across the board, it's tax increases. They're just sensitive to the tax increase.
Yeah.
Because there was really nothing in there that they could, some of our projects, I referenced Portage, and that's been an exciting project. They have a pool. Well, pool right now is a tough sell.
Yeah.
Artificial turf is a tough sell. Tech ed, people are supporting tech ed because they understand we have a shortage in the trades. But some of those wants, not needs, Hartford Union, we just test a pool. The support's not there. It's mostly just cost. And so that's what I think where you go with your workshop is there any way to reset and have a lesser amount as at that first, what we say that's kind of like a first bite at the apple to build momentum towards the remodeling, and then maybe come back later. And I know we talked about this on the conference call with the admin team the other day. You've got that operational that's not that far away from coming back around, and so that's we talked about that back in May. Chris gave a really good presentation on how critical that is to be able to hire veteran teachers away from other districts and do some of the things I heard your principals talking about tonight.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I'm hoping that the comments might give us some clues into a lesser amount, that, again, I don't know how you pick the most critical of the critical, right? But
Yeah, we've
because
got
we didn't survey for
Yeah.
anything else. So we don't know, right? Would $4 pass, but not,
Yeah,
you
I
know.
think if I recall from Jake's presentation, it was 60 million plus of needs, and we whittled it down, or
Right.
you all whittled it down for us to test at 24.
right.
But we'll get you both. We'll get you the mass download. I can do that in the morning. Takes us a little bit more time to compile. We've reprogrammed our software to do a bit of an AI-ish kind of a sorting, but it still takes some time to write it up for you and give you a good report. But you'll have it in time for your workshop for sure.
I'm also curious to know how supportive the non-district responses were.
Oh, yeah.
I'm just, it would give me some sentiment,
Okay.
understanding. I would appreciate understanding that more.
Yeah, by all means, I can do a sort for Chris and tell you where that number landed. The non-residents you'd like to know.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah, because they're here. I mean, I would just like to see it. I don't know if it will tell us much, but it's data we should look at, I think.
When it was broken by municipality, was it pretty similar across the board, or were there differences?
No, I
across-
just went with the data in total, parents and non-parent, non-staff. But again, that's a disaggregation we can do for you.
Okay, yeah, I'd like to see that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that'd be good. I think we know, but Yeah.
Yes, that would be, yes, please.
So do total comments, comment themes, non-resident responses, and by municipality. By all means, you bet. Okay.
the great thing is you can watch this back if you can't remember what we're all asking for. I don't know what minute mark we're at, but it's handy sometimes as much as
Yeah. I don't want to watch myself.
I.
Yeah.
Hey,
don't wanna
Darren,
watch
do you know what the
yourselves talk, right?
response rate was?
What's that?
What the response rate was on
Yeah,
this one?
yeah, it was 13%.
I mean, that's not terrible.
No, I would tell you this. So there's benchmarks
Jeez.
within the company. This is all new to me, but I'm learning over the course of the last couple of years. We look for 500 or more. Gets very reliable after 500. I know this firsthand from my experience in Slinger, where I was white knuckling it right with Bill Foster, and he said, once you hit 10%, you'll be surprised that the
Right.
data doesn't change too much.
Right.
And that was exactly. We got all the way to 22% in Slinger, but the data was the same as what it was at 10, really within a percent or two. So 13, but 500 or more, you're double that, and then some. So I think the data is reliable. I think it's just, what do you do with it, and is there a way to repackage it and tweak it some to show you're listening to your data,
Right.
but without completely abandoning any plans to start chipping away at this 60 million plus and growing with construction costs rising and all the things that are tugging at your hearts right now as a school board. Because nothing's going down in price in the world of materials and labor. So
Yeah.
This $24 million number, maybe you don't have the experience to talk to this, does, in other situations, does decreasing that number move the needle on the definitely yes, probably yes?
typically that's what we see.
Okay.
Is that
So it's not just no altogether, potentially.
No, and you'll see that in the comments. Some of the comments are just 24 million is just too much. We've had, whether it's in the operational world, which you've been down that road, and to renew it, you'll have to be down that road again, or in the construction world, reducing cost, reducing mill rate impact, always helps. It does. Sometimes there are mental thresholds too. Sometimes I know this happened for us in Slinger. We tested a auditorium, and the survey was 11.5, and it was kind of a coin toss. We put our construction team and architect to work, and they came back, read the comments, which were a little bit of a tough couple sleepless nights. I had brown hair then. It's not anymore, but we got to 9.9, and it passed. So something to be said for, I don't think Jake presented you any bells and whistles here, but if there's just anything that scope that can be reduced just to get that snowball going, as far as, because people tend to get excited once they see what their investment resulted in, and maybe it's build some momentum towards the next project. Reducing always helps.
Do you have any questions for Darren?
No, not right now. Be good talk at the workshop.
You said that was the 26th? 29th. Yeah, I will have.
You said 6.
I will have that all to you by Monday. I'll have all this to you by Monday the 22nd, so you have a week in advance of your
Thank you.
workshop.
Do we have similar data from the prior referendums? I'd be interested to see that, just to see.
Yeah, if
The
you don't
last
have the
time-
report, just shoot me an email. I'll send it
Last time.
to you.
La-
He probably wants
Last
both.
time both
I'd
were.
be curious for both, yeah, if it's not too hard to pull.
Yeah. Easy.
What were you gonna
Okay.
say? Last time?
Well, last time it was both operational and
Yeah.
capital on the same one, so it won't necessarily be apples to apples, but it'd be good for a look.
Yeah. Great questions, thank you. And some of these data pulls, I don't often get them, so I'm glad to dig deep for you, because that's why you hire us. So please, by all means, and drive home. Any of the rest of the board members you're driving home, I wish I would have asked him this, or can we request this data source? Just let Chris know, and I'll have it ready for you on the 29th. Okay?
Thanks a lot.
Yeah, you bet.
Thank you.
Thanks to everybody who completed the survey. And the entire community.
He is a great guy. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll move on to point E, discussion and action if appropriate to the approval of Director of Human Resources posting.
Yeah, so what I'd like to bring to the attention and have the board have for discussion and possibly a motion for, I guess you'd have to have a motion to have the discussion truly. So first I'll do a little presentation and then let you guys ask questions and decide if you want to move forward with the motion. But we put it on the agenda topic tonight for discussion action, which we've never done before, and that is the Director of Human Resources feeling the need. We've met the need in time for an HR position, and we felt that obviously I pulled it off during our spring budget proposals due to the fact we had other needs at the time, and so we pulled that back based upon where we're at now and what's transpiring and going on. We feel no longer that that we should delay on the HR, and so some of the things that I guess I'd like to hit on that might help a little bit is, well, what would this position be responsible for? And so in general terms, I would tell you that the position would be responsible for providing oversight in developing, implementing, and maintaining personnel systems, right, to promote overall efficiency of our school system. Now, I know that's general, but so give us, if I were in your shoes, I'd be like, give us a little more on that, Chris. What's that mean? Well, it would include, but it wouldn't be limited to, obviously, personnel procedures for hiring, proper maintenance of any and all records associated with the Human Resource Department, required trainings of our staff, Title IX regulations, which is going to be a big discussion tonight, and necessary actions related to Title IX from an employee standpoint and a student standpoint. I think if you have any questions, just look at your packet. You'll see the amount of time and efforts and energies that is going into all of that and decision-making. Salaries and benefits, competitive compensations, meaning that we would have someone who could spend the necessary time devoted to looking at it from a standpoint of, are we truly being competitive or not in salaries and benefits by looking at comparables and what's maybe some of the trends that are going on. Employee investigations and decision-making pertaining to suspension and a recommendation of termination, not doing all the investigations. That one person could not possibly do that, nor do I want to relinquish that at the building level for certain investigations, dependent upon the content and concept. And nor would I be relinquishing that, obviously, especially when it comes to a termination. The board would not be relinquishing that at all. Any termination of a teaching staff and or administrator supervisor must come before the board. Any support staff does not, but it still would be coming before me. And I still would be heavily involved in any type of recommendation of a suspension, looking at the facts, the conclusions, the findings, and recommendations. They obviously would take over and see through grievances. So that would be part of, obviously, even the Title IX process, the whole grievance process a little. They would be taking more over personnel policies. All of us would still be involved, but they would be more responsible for bringing personnel policies to the board for improvement. And then public records requests, which is quite time-consuming, especially when you get into redacting and whether or not to even release the records and or not. So that'd be in general. I'll get very specific from a standpoint of letting you know exactly some of those responsibilities that I was thinking of in regards to it, right? Well, this person obviously would be serving as an administrative advisor to our administrative team, our district administrator, and to the board in any human resource matters, pretty clear. But then they'd be preparing and presenting personnel-related information and documents to the Board of Education. They'd be preparing human resource office memos, correspondence, reports, and other documents as needed. They'd assist with setup, implementation, training, administration, and development of the district's evaluation systems. They'd be conducting job analysis related to salary and benefit studies in collaboration with benefit specialists and the Director of Finance. They'd establish and monitor the effectiveness of the district's hiring, onboarding, and offboarding activities. They'd recommend, review, and design all job application forms used by the district in ensuring their compliance with state and federal statutes and Board of Education policies. They'd assist with marketing the school district. No, we're not hiring anybody for marketing, but I guarantee you this position would assist with marketing the school district as a prospective employer and promotes the public image of the district. stays abreast of the district job openings and maintains accuracies of the hiring process. So if at any time later we were to have some litigation from a standpoint of a discrimination claim or an invasion of privacy claim for our hiring process and procedures, this individual now will be taking that on, overseeing it, ensuring that hopefully it is not, right? And we've been good up to that point in time, but we'd like to have a little more maybe consistency in ensuring it. Assist in the design and implementation of strategic staffing efforts in planning to meet the needs of the school district. Oversee staff engagement, because oftentimes I think we look at it like it's reactive, right, in a human resource, and it can be, but we also want it to be a proactive, right? So overseeing staff engagement efforts and activities in collaboration with administration of progress monitoring data to provide guidance and direction related to improvement efforts of our district. Serving as one of the district Title IX coordinators. We would not have this person only be the Title IX coordinator. Right now, Miss Amanda Jones is the sole Title IX coordinator, with many of all of us doing other duties and responsibilities under Title IX. We would want this individual to be an additional Title IX coordinator, and really maybe a primary Title IX, with Amanda also being designated as a Title IX, but allowing her to have time to pupil services and special education. This person would assist myself as the district administrator with complaints, grievances that are not resolved at any supervisory level to reach hopefully appropriate solutions. Provides notifications about contracts and salaries, so that in addition, in collaboration with the director of finance, which would be Amy, but right now Amy is the person doing that, not in collaboration with anybody. Assists administrators in wage negotiations with employee groups. Now, this has not had to be done for some time. We do not have a certified union, certified bargaining unit in our district any longer. We have not for some years. If we were to have that, this individual would be heavily involved in the negotiation process. They would not take the place of myself or Amy in regards to what she would be putting together, or the board, obviously. But a human resource person would be hugely involved in any part of the employee group's negotiations, right, due to the fact they'd be helping with all the comparables. They develop and maintain a system for personnel records for all district employees in order to provide a comprehensive, efficient, accurate, and current record of all matters pertinent to employment, transfer, tenure, retirement, leave, promotion, providing information upon request. You'd be amazed at how many requests we get in regards to all of those various areas. And without a comprehensive system, it takes a little time to put together. We need to have more of a comprehensive system and organizational system for all those things. They would work with our benefits specialists and our director of finance in processing and providing information related to leaves of absence requests, workers' compensation, and unemployment claims. Develop and implement ongoing professional development around improving the district's overall organizational health, right? So not a reactive, a proactive again. And then we'd want this individual to understand and represent sound fiscal responsibility while remaining focused on helping us to push forward with our 4 strategic priorities. Qualifications that we'd be looking for with the individual would be a bachelor's degree or certificate in human resources, business leadership education, or other relevant fields, a minimum of 3 years experience in human resources or related fields, and prior experience in educational setting is preferred but not required. Due to the fact you're going to even see when someone says, like, I have a background in human resources, there's a difference in having a background in human resources but not having any experience in the educational part of the human resource. Again, tonight you'll see when Shana comes, Title IX is strongly on the educational side. And I will say, I shared with you just one of the presentations. Maybe you got both. Did you get both? It is in depth. And these are just the new changes to the 2024 our regulations. We just had changes in 2020. And then obviously prior to all those. So it is just getting more and more in depth, and I don't know how else to say it, more and more complicated. It is. It's getting much more complicated. So, and Shana, I think, will be reiterating that tonight. The needs, if I were, again, sitting up there as the board member, I'd be like, Chris, that's great. I kind of can understand the needs maybe from what you described as responsibilities, what they'd get done. But what, can you hit us with some of the needs? These would be a few, and I ask you to ask the fellow administrators if you need more, please, right? Because I know I'm not covering them all, but these are just a few that I thought of today. And please, when you're like thought of today, I was unfortunately having to take care of a personnel matter with my wife. She wouldn't want me to go into great detail on it, so while I was sitting there, I was readjusting some of the needs, and these were the ones that I think really popped up. Consistency is really important in the above listed responsibilities. So all the responsibilities that we just got through, we're trying to place a high value on moving from fragmentation to more focus and systemic. And I would tell you that's the biggest thing. We're doing many of those responsibilities. I don't want you feeling that we aren't. Like, who's doing this stuff, Chris, if it's not getting done? It is getting done. But I'm going to be direct. Some of it's fragmented because we don't have somebody strictly overseeing it. So it's fragmented, and that's when it gets very difficult and honestly very scary at times, is when it is fragmented. Helping to create a healthy and safe environment. We're always looking to improve our health of our organization and the safety of our organization. We feel a person with a background in human resources can help us with that. I've looked at other human resource departments. Even in education, I know in the private sector there's many, but even in education, and a lot of education human resource departments not only have a director of human resources, they'll have an administrative assistant, a human resource generalist, a benefits specialist, etc. We're just asking for a director of human resources at this time to start to help us with all those additional responsibilities. Title IX, give you a little data on it, just very quickly. Besides how cumbersome it is and how in-depth it is, and the process has to be involved in so many people, right? And each case can look much different, each case, right, depending upon the variables. But last year alone, we had 10 Title IX complaints last year at the high school alone, with 4 of those having to go through the entire grievance process, the entire thing. We had 6 at the middle school, with 3 having to go through the entire grievance process. This does not include any and all other investigations that are done. Those were just strictly Title IX. That meant that at that time, because Title IX is changing, at that time meant there was sexual harassment and or sexual violence. That is what Title IX was for those, all right? And that was of last year. It is changing now this year based upon maybe what has to be given into effect for August 1st. And that's broader scope. It's going to be broader even. Besides that, then we had numerous other investigations throughout our entire district that I either was involved in, Amy or Amanda from a secondary, right, that we would have to either be secondarily involved. And then obviously our principals at the building level had numerous investigations at building levels that sometimes got moved up to our ladder. But we had numerous investigations at those that would take literally, and they would justify this. We were looking at it anywhere from 5 to 20 hours to get through some of those just building level investigations. And that does not include, please know that, sometimes those hours did not include the follow-up with legal counsel and the follow-up on the paperwork. That was just strictly getting through the investigation. So it didn't involve the appeal process either. So the appeal process is a whole nother gamut on top of that would have to occur. I mentioned it earlier, public records requests. I know that some people probably think like, well, it's just a records request, get the information and give it. You are right from a standpoint, public records requests never results in us having to make a record. That's denied. We only produce records that we have. We don't make them for somebody's request. But there's a lot of time and efforts and energy when it might be a records request that involves something of a student v. student v. employee, I can give a million different examples that will require, let's say from my level, to tell the principals, I'll have to give them a letter that'll say, give this letter to each and every single individual who interacts with this pupil, so they have to sign off saying if they have any type of a record within what the record request was. If they do, they have to produce that to us sometimes, right? Then from that production, we have to look at and redact the information that is not necessarily supposed to be released, meaning if there's other pupils mentioned in it, right, that cannot be released to a family or a parent. So we have to spend time doing all of that. It can be quite lengthy, along with a legal counsel, obviously helping to coordinate it sometimes for us, depending upon the scope and the amount. When you're getting into somebody requesting something over years, public records request that's years worth, they're asking from like 2018 to the present, it's a lot. It's a lot of information. And then I would tell you my two final things, food for thought, is, and we've always said this, right, about our healthy organizational culture. One of the biggest benefactors of I think retaining quality employees or attracting quality employees is just having successful people in your organization, and then them being happy with your organization. And so it's one of the biggest factors now, right? It's not as much based upon what nice tools and shiny objects do you have in your school district. But it is about having good quality talent of staff in your organization. And that is the difference sometimes between an organization succeeding and not. And a human resource person can help us to maintain that quality, to help us to keep our quality staff, and to help us with attracting staff. We don't have the labor market we once have where it's like, just post the job. People will come. They're not coming. And it's not because of East Troy, it's because of a labor shortage in education. So when you go from 300 people applying for a job and you're down to 15, it's not quite the same any longer. And by the way, all 15 are battling for a lot of different jobs in a lot of different districts. That's the other issue, right? So they're wanting it, and everybody's in need of it. And then finally, I think everyone understands this. I'll just say, right, the world continues to change. Sometimes for the better, sometimes for the worse. I know we all could debate that. But it's changing. And education continues to change too. And so we have to continue to be willing to change as things change, to assist us and support us. So, I guess that's it. If you're unsure, honestly, I would tell you wait until Shayna comes just to discuss Title IX. And then, honestly, I would ask you to take a step back and say, who in this room do you feel can do all of that? That alone. And that's just Title IX. And I gave you a lot of other responsibilities that I think that we need assistance with because it's fragmented. So that's the recommendation. I do want to state the next question that I think is viable from you is, Chris, do we have it in the budget? We do. It's a great question. We do. We had it in the budget last spring. We delayed. I pushed it off because I said I wanted to make sure that we got the necessary highest ones done first. We are at the preliminary budget stage now. It's only preliminary. Amy's going to show this tonight, but that is within our preliminary budget. And it wasn't just put in the last week when we decided, weeks when we were looking at this. We put it in last spring. We've just kept it in there and have been delaying. Based upon where we're standing on the budget, it's in there. We feel we can have it. So from a monetary standpoint, it's affordable. It's whether or not do you feel the need is needed, I think. So that's it. Thank you.
And you need our approval to even post for the position.
I wanted it because it's a new position in our district.
All those responsibilities you listed in the job description, how many people currently on staff are those responsibilities spread out over?
Everybody in the room.
Everybody in the room and outside of this room, because we have a lot of administrative assistants who will do it up to
Sure.
the level in which they can.
10 at least then? Plus? More than 10?
So that's a good
Over
question.
double
I just want
digits?
to-
Okay,
yeah.
sure.
So I'm sorry I have my microphone off. Great question by Adam. I'd say yes. Everybody in this room, of supervisors, administrators, and then I would say we obviously have a lot of administrative assistants who help us at the various levels, district level, even at the building levels, right, in regards to certain levels they go up to. And I'll tell you, school psychologists and school counselors heavily involved in a lot of these responsibilities, which then detract from really their other responsibilities.
Okay.
Good question.
Chris, so obviously this is a role that requires a lot of wisdom, experience, authority. Bachelor's degree in 3 years, that seems, is there a reason we're not having a higher threshold?
I would love to, and I think that would be part of the vetting process after the applications are received. I think districts that I've been seeing who have been posting are struggling to find directors of human resources. So, Kevin, I agree. I would want the vetting process to be pushed and have a higher amount of experience and background.
But it's the pool that's,
But I think we first have to find out what's the pool. And from a few people who I've reached out to, the pool's been limited for them in regards to, at least over in the educational side. I can't talk private. And my speculation is because private's paying more. So the public, the school districts can't match it.
Would anyone report to this person? Would they have any employees, or would someone report to them, like salaried benefits or those types of things?
Yeah, I mean, the benefits specialist person right now, Amy has many people reporting to her, but that I'm focusing on that specific. That individual would probably be reporting to the HR, director of HR and Amy, because they work with both, but I think HR would be a primary person overseeing now the benefits specialist
Okay.
person, yes.
Okay. So it would be
And
supervisory.
then obviously
yeah.
working diligently with a lot of different people.
Yeah, right.
And then
right,
I would
yeah.
oversee that individual.
Okay. All right.
you listed quite a few things. I didn't hear like recruiting and hiring in that. That's not something we're looking to put on this responsibility.
I did say that.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, Kev, I might not have said it exactly that way, but I did say effectiveness of the district's hiring, onboarding, and offboarding activities. So they would be responsible for the recruitment.
Oh, they would be, okay.
Yes. And funny thing you brought that up. I'm sure all of you are probably more well-versed than me, but I was looking, and I know it's a larger district, so I'm not trying to compare us to it, but some of the larger districts I've noticed, I think I might have brought this up a year ago to the board, but because I was kind of shocked by it, but I'm like, it tells you where things are going. They have just directors for recruitment now. And I asked those districts, I said, do you have a director of human resources? They're like, yeah, but that's not a recruitment person. We want a person just focusing on recruiting because we're now competing. And so we need a person who solely is recruiting for certain positions. In regards to this, we'd be asking this person to do a heavy emphasis to help us, not only obviously with the postings, but help us to recruit people. So they'd probably be going to like recruiting fairs and all those things. And working with university systems.
My brain is just fixated on the margin that would enter other people's lives. Like I don't know how you all are fitting some of this stuff in to your days and weeks, because it's just on top of your like core job, right? So for me, that's what's been so attractive about this kind of position, right? And the timing being important to think through, but knowing there's a lot of hiring and just other HR stuff that everyone's absorbed, and not that you're suddenly going to do nothing with regards to it, but in a very different way with some help.
Hopefully we never have it again, right? But I think back 2 years ago when we had 83 staff turnover.
Yeah, don't talk about that.
I know, I never want to bring that up again. But I think about that, right? And we didn't have, it was all of us doing that, which Anna's hit on an important point, right? Like, again, I'll go back to, we do most of this, but I think all of us would tell you, we do it as well as we can, but it's fragmented, right? It's just nobody's really the key oversight to it. And the problem is, a lot of it's out of our control from a standpoint of when it is needed, right? Investigations, Title IX things, hiring, just even if recruitment's not there, we're going to a low supply. Those things are not in our control, but they're absolutely high needs when they happen. Yeah. And then all of our other duties get put on hold, and we know that. Like, there will be times where we'll go back and we're like, when's the last time that we really studied the student data like we used to? Because we've been stuck maybe for weeks or months dealing with issue after issue. And we have to be responsive to it because most of them are time sensitive. So all the other stuff we feel is really important, but it's not time sensitive. We just can't get to it.
Right. I mean, I think it's important to say that part out loud, like, not because anyone's not working really hard.
So another thing I'll share that, right, in the last 2 decades especially, but it's been much longer than that. I mean, look at what the amount of time we're spending on having to talk about referendums and support and making awareness of the needs operationally and on facility capital side, right? I mean, in all due respect, that's almost a full-time job in itself. And that never used to be 30, 40 years ago. It wasn't. It is now. It's a reality, right? It's just a reality, putting the time and efforts into it. Rightly so. When you're doing that, it takes away from other things again.
Well, I'll make a motion to approve the posting for the Director of Human Resources position.
I'll second.
Any other discussion, questions, comments?
I would just say, I'm concerned with that long list of responsibilities. Are you looking for a unicorn, like someone who
Yes.
can go to the recruitment fairs, but also be on top of Title 19 or Title 9, build the relationships with the staff. So I think once you get to your people, you might need to give up 1 or 2 responsibilities to someone here who has that skill set.
Totally. Even when we went with the benefit specialist, it was salary and benefit specialist. It's benefit specialist. It just, we recognize, right? You're asking for too much out of one person. And I agree with that. I couldn't agree more. I'm just trying to paint a picture of everything that literally we're trying to do now. But you're right. I don't think one person can do all this either.
I'm trying to think of a person in the district who isn't doing at least 2 jobs right now, which is like sort of a sarcastic comment, but actually really real.
Agreed.
I mean, really, we ask a lot of every single person, I think.
And they deliver.
Yeah.
But there's only so long that's sustainable.
Yeah.
That can't that doesn't go on forever.
Especially when
and
the
when it
list
doesn't,
keeps getting longer.
and when that time ends, it doesn't
Yeah.
usually end very pretty.
Yeah. Okay, let's vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Sounds like there's no opposed. All right, let's post it. We have item F, annual declaration and parent notice of the district's student academic standards pursuant to section 120.1213 and section 118.31Ga of the state statutes.
Yeah, and so all we need tonight is basically a motion of that. So what you're saying is that we have, we're informing you that we will make sure that we are providing an updated academic standards on our website, in necessary handbooks and necessary annual notices to the parents each and every year, and we have up to this point in time. Just by law, we need to have the board approve of it. That administration has said they will do so.
To approve
The annual
the
declaration.
declaration. Okay. Make a motion to approve the annual declaration and parent notice of the district's student academic standards.
I'll second. Questions? All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Great, we'll move on to item G, approval of the WIAA high school membership renewal application for 2024-2025.
So I'm passing out just a list of our WIAA athletics that we have, sports that we have for this following year. The board needs to approve for us to renew to be with the WIAA. There are 11 male sports, 11 female sports. There's 2 co-ops. Lacrosse, we co-op with McWanago for boys and girls. That just started this last year. And then swim, we co-op for boys and girls with Burlington. So I'm just looking for approval to renew with WIA.
I'll second.
Okay, any questions or discussion? Nothing got dropped or changed. The cross is just new, right? Yeah. Okay, all those in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? Sounds like we're good.
It was nice to see football on there. We're gonna have a football team varsity this year.
Mhm.
Last year, this time we were not in the same spot.
Okay. We have item H, presentation of the district and school strategic priorities as it relates to the 2023-2024 KPIs.
So each one of us is going to. So, but I do for that. I'll go from the district lens, and then each building level administrator will come up and talk about it from the building level. When I talk about it from the district lens, please know I'm talking about it from Amy Jenquin, Amy Fospanchek, Taylor, and Amanda Jones, all of their perspectives, so they're all involved in this, right? So this is not like Chris in the district lens. And so the first one obviously is learner empowerment as a district. So we had stated by May of 2024, an area of 80% or greater will be sustained or improved upon, and any area less than 80% response will have a higher percentage of definitely and sort of than the previous year, supporting a great place to learn and a great place to work. And a great place to learn is underlined because really we're talking about the learner empowerment. So at this point in time, the focus is on the learning side under this strategic priority. So with our student surveys, you'll see I was provided, we obviously have many things that we survey out to our students. These were the ones that we focused on last fall that we said we were going to really put an emphasis on this coming year. I was provided many opportunities for choice. So what you'll see is this was last year's numbers. 85.4% stated that they definitely or sort of felt they had many opportunities. Middle school 71.2 and high school was 69.2. So in bold then would be what we received this year from our student surveys. So in elementary, 83% stated they would definitely sort of had many opportunities. Middle school 69 and high school 76. So truly, if you're going off of what we said, look, if we wanted to maintain the 80%, if it was at 80%, we wanted to maintain it. Elementary was at greater than 80%, 85. We did drop to 83, but we still maintain the 80. But we obviously would have preferred to have improved it. High school did go up from 69.2 to 76, and middle school went down from 71.2 to 69. And so that's what we did with all of these. I will provide this to the board, so we're not going over each and every one. But I'll just let the community know which areas we're always looking at. So I knew how well I was doing in my classes. The homework provided to me was very worthwhile and more than busy work. And then on the bottom, another point that we focused on were these are the areas that we ask questions of the kids, and that is, are any of these not supporting the learning environment? So are there other factors interfering with learning? So are there other factors? And of those factors, last year we identified that a lot of our kids were saying school's boring. And I've told you this for 17 years since I've been here, that that's a national trend. That's not an East Troy issue, a Wisconsin issue. It's a national trend about school is boring. And I will say, I think some of that might be a little bit of a rewiring of the mind more than about what schools are doing. The other thing is, did not know what to study or how to study, which is a very important thing for us to know if kids are feeling that way. Like they're struggling because they just don't feel they know what to study or how to study it, which there's a skill then there more than just about the content. So we looked at those factors, right? So again, those were things that we looked at. And you can see that, I mean, I'm not going to deny it. The numbers are fairly higher than we would like, obviously, in a lot of these areas for the boring and not knowing. We had some improvement in some, but not in others. So we'll continue to look at those things. And I'll be happy to, again, if the board wants us to come back. Remember, we will in the fall talking about this again. But when you get these slides, if you're like, I really want you to talk about this a little bit more in detail, I'll be more than happy to with all of you. Did you change Jess already for me? No. Next slide. Supporting learning empowerment, still at the district lens. So family satisfaction survey, Darren alluded to it. We did do a family satisfaction survey this year. So the previous slide was on the student surveys, and then this is the family satisfaction survey. So overall, I'm satisfied with how much my child learned this year. 87% of the parents are extremely satisfied or satisfied with the learning on a scale of 1 to 5, 4.07 average. And one of the things that we ask on the family satisfaction survey, they only can choose 5, 4, or 2, 1. They can't choose a 3. You can't be neutral. So when you think about that, when you're seeing the average, all right. So they can't choose a 3. So we're making them choose either they're pretty much in agreement or strongly in agreement or not satisfied with it. Most days my child enjoys going to school, 87%, which I find intriguing. So the families are going, I think my kid's pretty happy about going to school. The kids are saying, pretty bored. So, you know, again, it's always interesting to see that. 4.01 average. We are reading a book right now in regards, a really good book as an administrative team and some of our supervisors that we might do district wide. And I have a copy actually for the board that I think is going to be a very intriguing book study. I support learning environments that considers my child's choice and voice. So we're asking the choice and voice to the parents. And we're asking them, do you support that? Are you in a line with the district's focus on giving students more choice and voice in their learning? 93% have said yes. Yes. We like where that's heading. 4.21 average. And I believe the East Troy Community School District is right to focus on the 6 C's for learning, which is creativity, critical thinking, collaboration, communication, content, and curiosity. 91% of our families say yes. We like it that you're focused on those 6 C's with a 4.17 average. And then finally, one of the last things for learner empowerment from the district level lens, which affects all the buildings, and that was, we said our goal was to have 100% of our East Troy educators will progress on our assessment continuum. And I won't pull up the assessment continuum now, but all of you can recall, I mean, it's one of our exhibits to one of our board policies on assessments, student assessment practices. I honestly have talked about this to so many other districts that I think they're just copying it. And I'm like, you know, we have the rights to that, so you got to give us some credit. And I will tell you, we recognize that not everybody's just going to progress in a logical sequence, right? They're not going to just progress from educator-driven to learner empowerment, and that's actually 4 steps. But they're not just going to progress each year through that cycle when it comes to feedback, informative assessments, summative assessments, and goal setting. Those are all the areas within the assessment continuum. They're not. But what we are asking for is a lot of people to have a lot of strong self-reflection on how are you moving from an educator-driven, whether or not you get to a learner-driven, but more importantly to learner empowerment. And we know it'll look different at different age levels, right? I mean, elementary, you might not get to learner empowerment ever with the students. You might on some things, but you might not be doing it consistently. So you might never feel from the rubric that you're in that area. That's okay. But what we are saying is we want to be committed to it. We want to be committed. If we're really providing choice and voice, if we're really trying to empower our learners and not have good students but have good learners, we need to be committed to this work. And so a credit to Amy and Taylor A credit to all the building level administrators, because what they do is they sit down with the teachers consistently throughout the year and they talk about this continuum. And they're asking them where they're at. They're asking them to produce evidence. What professional development do they need? What support do they need? What professional development have they just done on their own to supporting this? And then and then if they didn't move themselves on the continuum, why? And what will they do to help themselves next year? Anyways, at the elementary level, 73% of our educators believe they have moved on the continuum. Middle school, 75% of the educators, and high school, 74%. So is it subjective slightly? Yes, absolutely. More subjective than objective. There is evidence produced, but it's still subjective. But happy to see that these numbers are increasing and that we're spending an enormous amount of time on this. I think Lindsay's up.
See, Dale, I'll try to stand over here so I'm not right. No, there's no good spot really. You can go ahead and move to the next one. Okay, so what you'll see now is as related to learner empowerment, each principal will talk at the building level about our school-wide SLOs. You've heard us talk about those before, the goals that we establish at the beginning of the year as related to student learning in a usually specific area. So you've heard me talk for a number of years now. Our SLO at Little Prairie has been in the area of literacy, around early literacy skills. And so our goal was that 80% of our students would demonstrate proficiency. That looks different at every level depending on what the focus is. Certainly the focus in 4K is different than second grade as related to being able to read. We had a lot of success in 4K and 5K. 88% of our 4K students met the goal we established. 82% of our kindergarten students met the goal we established. We did not quite hit our established mark in first and second grade. So we will continue to focus on those decoding skills and early literacy skills as related to those grade levels specifically. One interesting thing, you've also heard us talk recently about Act 20, which are all of those new requirements coming down from the state as related to literacy, which first and second grade are really at the crux of the grade levels that are of focus with that guidance. And so, we'll continue to look hard at those grade levels and what we're doing as related to what we've been doing, but also as it relates to those new requirements, both instructionally as well as from an assessment perspective. So it'll be interesting to see kind of how that impacts this work that we've been doing.
All right, just an extension from the elementary as well too. So as Lindsay had shared, obviously we've been focused on our literacy plan, really reading rate over the last couple of years as well. In the past, we really focused on how many words per minute a child was reading. I mean, there's really strong research that words per minute is a pretty good predictor about how children, if they're being successful. But we kind of morphed this year into a deeper dive into some sub-skills that kids need. So for example, if you listen to a child read, your own child read, you're looking for accuracy. You're looking for phrasing, that it's not choppy. Are they using like some kind of intonation or tone, stress? But then finally the rate as well too. And so this year we developed, with the help of Taylor and Tracy, Jada, myself, and a couple others, developed our own rubric to really study some deeper skills related to this. We set an ambitious goal of 100%. Everybody's going to do it. Well, we didn't get to 100%, but the thought behind it was we didn't want to leave anybody out. Like, we wanted to have everybody experience this or go for this. So our final overall rate was 73%. Piggybacking on what Lindsay was saying as well, the advent here of Act 20 coming in is really going to supercharge our professional development around reading skills and reading strategies. And so this next year, the training that the teachers are getting, along with many of us, I think our teachers will continue to develop further, and student outcomes really should be rising related to that. And then math, because I have some teachers in my building that are not literacy or reading teachers. They're departmentalized in 4th and 5th grade, so they had their goal as well too. So they were really looking at order of operations and number sense, and they had about 82% of their kids meet their target goals as well too. So they were proud about the gain that they posted in MAP.
Okay, I'm just going to expand on the middle school level here. Again, we also focus on literacy. For our SLO, again, like Mark said, always shooting for 100%. We want to see growth in every student. And also something to keep in mind, the data is based on MAP assessment, right? And it's done 2 times a year for ELA, 3 times a year in math. These are going to be ELA and reading numbers, focusing on vocabulary acquisition and use, and then key ideas and details. These were also our individual teachers' SLOs. So when you look at the MAP data, right, on average, we had a school improvement of 7 RIT points per student. 42% or 42.5% of students grew by 3 or more RIT points. Obviously, that's a number we'd like to see higher, but keep in mind, each individual teacher also focused on this and collected their own classroom data, which I think is probably more accurate. It's throughout the year. Those teachers engage with that. So when I was working with those teachers and saw a lot of the data, they didn't reflect 42% growth. A lot of them were a lot higher than that. MAP data is also at the end of the year, after forward data, after forward testing, they're kind of burnt out by that point of the year. So when you're looking at data points, it's important to look at a number of different data points. This reflects MAP data. I would like to think our data is better in this in terms of our overall student growth. So obviously an area we're going to keep focusing on. Literacy is going to be a focus next year as well. We'll talk more about action plans moving forward. But I do want to say, like, overall, and as I present more data coming up, middle school is a tough, challenging time for students. Number of our pupil service team members can equate to that. When you're looking at learning growth, right, there's so many other factors that play into that. And I think, I thank my staff for the challenges they face this year. And I think we're going to see more and more of that, right? I say it all the time, I'm glad I grew up when I did and didn't have to deal with social media, didn't have to deal with all the other things that they have to deal with today. So I think we're there for a supportive measure during those difficult times. So just another piece of it, right? This is learning data. There's a lot of other factors that go into that too. So.
Would you like me to read it? You good? East Troy High School offers a top-notch education by ensuring a rigorous academic experience aligned with college and career goals. The combined efforts of ETHS students and staff produce exceptional results as measured by student achievement, our career and technical education programming, and co-curricular opportunities. We are proud to be a small school community delivering big on education. Do you want to go or do you want? Okay. Doesn't matter. Okay, for learner empowerment then, for our high school goal this year, it was 100% of grade cohorts will improve their performance on the composite score within the ACT testing suite. So the juniors obviously are the class that take the ACT. So we have the numbers here for you. Looking at the pre-ACT from the class of 26, as freshmen, they were at a 16.7. As sophomores, then they were at 17.3. So they improved. And then the class of 25, their pre-ACT as sophomores was a 17.2. And their ACT score, composite score, was a 20. So almost a 3-point improvement from the pre-ACT to the ACT.
So the top column, I apologize, this is kind of small, I'm sure, but the top graph here is the composite score, which Aaron referenced. Then if you look, it's English, math, reading, and science. Those 4 categories are consistent amongst the pre-ACT and the ACT. And if you look, each cohort grew in each subject area as well. Hence the composite improved. But that's pretty strong data and data that we celebrated. Now that our ACT data comes back before the end of the year, actually right at the end of the year, we celebrated with this information with our staff. And we were very pleased with how our academics keep progressing. Our AP scores also came back in. That'll be a different meeting. We won't put that in now, but we'll be excited to share those because our AP scores were really strong again this year as well.
You're probably like, why are you guys? Well, you know, people compliment you tonight, so we just wanted to make sure you were earning it. Sorry, bud. Yeah, you're probably like, right there. Here I am. Second priority is healthy. See, Justin's not working. What's up with this? No, I'm hitting down arrow. I'm hitting down arrow. Let me try it. There we go. Thank you. All right. So, healthy organizational culture. I'll keep going at a decent rate here. So, we focus on staff surveys a lot for this. And you'll see for district-wide, we worked on a lot. I won't go through. Again, we're focused on that 80% a little bit, and I'm happy to say we're well above it. I know the district's goals we look at. I feel my work has purpose. I'm able to maintain a healthy work-life balance, which I think is really, really important. I'd like to see it get higher than last year's 80, and we did go down to 79. I do think that's a challenge right now for everybody, as we just discussed, right? This does include all staff, too, by the way. So it's not a teacher survey, it's not an administration survey, it's staff survey. Everybody in our district has the opportunity. I believe my pay is fair for the work I do. Definitely work to be done on that, right? I mean, again, I'm not saying that it's accurate, but it's a perception. So I think it's something that we have to look at. I believe my benefits I receive are fair compared to others in the profession. I am generally happy at work. This one I'm very happy about. Yes, it's at 91 this year, and last year we were at 95, but I'm still thrilled that we're that high about people enjoying being at work, happy at work. I have the resources I need to effectively carry out my responsibilities. 87 last year, 84.9 this year. I always ask this one, the superintendent council committee that we have, what are the resources that you think others need, or tell us what resources they are. And then down here, we talk about, this is the student surveys that we think impact the healthy culture. So then we go back and look at student surveys again, we're back to interfering with learning. So we talked about distracting student behaviors. How many of our students are saying other students' distracting behaviors are impacting their learning? Which it's obviously quite high, right? We have a lot. Now, what does that mean, right? Is it a one-time incident that's in their mind when they're taking the survey? Or is it literally a consistent, constant behaviors that are distracting them? And then one of the things that we're looking at from an administrative level is, on a behavioral side, how many students are really having the behavioral actions, issues, to be quite honest. So do we have a lot of students that are a small number of students, but a bit large repeat offenders in regards to that? So we're looking at that. And then here's another one, and I'll tell you, I think it's very important for us to take very seriously. The book that I mentioned, that I talked about, it's called The Anxious Generation. I'm halfway through it, and I'm just blown away. And it makes you question a lot only with your own parenting. But I'll tell you, I already thought we had an anxious generation. It just makes me more anxious about the generation. So too much stress, balancing everything, right? Too much stress, balancing everything. And I think we have to be very cautious of this, right? Are our students from a whole way down to elementary levels, the whole way up to the high school levels, are they feeling too much stress trying to balance everything? And which is why we're going back to making sure let's make sure the work we provide to our students outside of school, which we've all lived with the term homework, is truly very meaningful and purposeful, because they're already very busy and they already feel stressed. So let's make sure we're not giving busy work. And that's something we're focusing on. Family satisfaction survey very quickly from a district level lens. Again, loving the scores that we're seeing. I believe the East Troy Community School District should always, I think this goes to what we were kind of talking about earlier with Darren, right? I believe the East Troy Community School District should always provide resources and proper staffing toward attaining district goals. 94% of our parents say agree or strongly agree. Keep providing the right resources to our kids. 4.38. I would say facilities is a resource. I feel welcome in my child's school. 90% of our parents say they feel welcome. 4.20 average. If my child breaks a rule at school, they are treated fairly. It's a broad one, and honestly can be a little nerve-wracking to see, because that's a big interpretation, the word fairly, right? But 89% of our families say, yeah, we feel our children are treated fairly when they break a rule and how they're addressed. And then there's a healthy culture at our school. 81% of the families say healthy culture. Now, it's just so all of you know, this gets broken down into buildings too. So we look at it from a building level, right? So is everybody, let's say, at 90% building wide? Or is it 100% one and 80 at another, right? So we look at that so we can really focus on where maybe certain things need to be improved. Because it might not be a focus district wide. There might have to be a focus at a building based upon the district number.
Oh, thanks. Okay, there's a lot of words up here, but similar to what Dr. Hibner just described, specific to the staff survey, we looked at certain items as related to the culture at Little Prairie. So looking forward to coming to work most days. So it's hard when we look at comparing data from the last time we surveyed a group to now. Sometimes they set the bar pretty high. So our goals often are to increase the numbers. But, you know, very much at Little Prairie, we talked about really just trying to maintain, because I look forward to coming to work most days. The last time we surveyed our staff last year, 100% of Little Prairie folks indicated that, which really proud of that. We had the same outcome again this year, so super great. Most days I feel I have made progress at work. Last year it was 87.5%. This year 100% of folks who filled out the survey. And last one we focused on, I feel personally connected to the people in my work area. That one dropped just a couple of percentage points, almost 94% last year, 89% this go around. Specific to our students and families, I think I've shared with you before, we don't survey our littles for a variety of developmental reasons. So we do use items from our family surveys to gauge culture as related to students. And I'll just note here, it's been a little bit since we've done the family satisfaction survey, but some of the comparison numbers you see here are at Little Prairie. We just did our own parent survey the fall of 22. So I did make some comparisons between this most recent parent survey or family satisfaction survey and the information we had from, about a year and a half prior to that. So I feel welcome in my child's school. Fall of 22, we had almost 99% families indicate that they felt that way. This time, 93.5%. So again, the bar was set so high last time that while we wanted to maintain or increase those numbers, certainly I'm still really happy with 93.5%. I have at least one Little Prairie staff member that I feel comfortable contacting. Fall of 22, 96%. This last time, 92%. And then most days my child enjoys going to school. We couldn't believe in the fall of 22 that 100% of families indicated that to be the case. And this time, that little icon's right on top. I think it's like 92% under there. Yeah. So, I was hoping to keep that 100, but again, high bar.
And then just this last part, as related, big part of school culture can be behavior, right? What's going on with that? You've heard me talk at length about some of the challenges we've got going on at Little Prairie as related to student needs and student behavior. But I did pull some of that information for you. You know, we've been working on it. We've been talking about it a lot. We've been making decisions about it as related to staffing and such. But I was actually pleased. I thought for sure when I looked at office discipline referral data that this year would look just worse than it has in the past years in terms of those numbers. Really fairly similar. This year our office referral numbers was just 13 more than it was last year. So not hugely different. So that's good. I think that's to be celebrated, knowing that we've been dealing with kind of greater needs. One thing I put up here that Amanda Jones will talk more about in just a little bit on another agenda item is our seclusion and restraint numbers. So she'll talk more specifically about what is seclusion and what is restraint, and you hear her report our numbers on an annual basis. But I thought it important to share this with you within the context of this slide because this certainly impacts a building culture. So this year by me, and the need to seclude or restrain students, of course, is last case resort, and it's when kids are unsafe to themselves or people around them. 21 incidents of seclusion and 50 incidents of restraint. So I could get a little emotional talking about it, but in my years of doing this, we've never had numbers like that. So I think it's important just to make note of, because how that can impact a culture and how kids feel and how staff feels is a real thing. So Amanda will talk about that more. And again, we've done lots of planning and decision making and, trying to help kind of support that whole situation. But that's up there for your information. And then lastly, we spend a lot of time talking about the challenges and the needs at Little Prairie, but it's not everybody. We do have a large number of students who are doing very well. So 89% of Little Prairie students did not receive an office discipline referral this school year. So I thought that important to note too. Any questions about any of that? Oh, yeah, good point. So Mark said just one more thing about seclusion and restraint. Of course, those large number of incidences, much larger than typical, but representing a fairly small number of students, right, who make up those numbers. So, often one or two students who have continued challenges that relate to that.
Okay, healthy culture at Prairie View, starting with a staff survey, a couple of data points that we looked at. Look forward to coming to work most days. We started out at 81% last year, moved the needle up to 85.71. The next one is a little bit shocking to me, and I need to study this further. So I maintain a healthy work-life balance. Last year it was 63%. The outcome this year was 42.86, and my goal was to increase work-life balance health by 7%. So I plan to have a really long meeting late in an afternoon sometime with the staff to figure out what we can do to address that. No, but seriously, we have done some things. So for example, our special education meetings or our IEP meetings typically in the past had been held after school starting at 3:15. Some of those meetings go until 5:15, 5:30. This year we moved those meetings to really embed them during the day so that the staff members would not have to stay till that late time. And again, I mean, all of our buildings are fairly similar, but you certainly know as moms and dads that when the bell rings at 3:15 and if you're walking out the door, your day is only half done, right? Like when you walk in the door as a mom or a dad, you've got sports, you've got meals, whatever it might be. And so truthfully, seriously, in August when we get together with the staff in my building, we're going to have that conversation about tell me more about what we can do to address that. Student survey and discipline data that's on here. Teachers and I work together to identify several statements. I demonstrate self-control, which represents one of our core values of safety. 75% endorse that. Starting work, staying on task, completing assignments, working hard. 67% of our students endorse that as something they do. I ask questions when I don't understand something. I think this one's really critical. That's a 67%. I have a great speech to kids about like doing this is a sign of strength. Like when you don't know something and in class, when we surveyed when we dug into the data a little bit further, third graders don't have a problem. Like, I don't know, I need help, I don't understand, right? When we get to fifth grade, the numbers really start to drop and they start being much more sensitive to what their peers' perspective is. So we talk to our kids about like, this is a sign of strength, not a sign of weakness. So we continue to work on that. And then being respectful toward all adults, 91%. Something proud of from the family survey, I'm satisfied with how much my child learned this year, 92%. So I think that's a great hallmark measure. And then as far as discipline goes, I like this has got cut off here. I tried to add it all onto one slide. But last year's discipline data, we had 189 incidents of majors or minor referrals. This year we had 183. So we're kind of in the same ballpark.
Okay, so looking at the healthy culture at the middle school, starting with the staff. First one here, look forward to coming to work most days. Was at 84%, this year at 92%, so really happy that staff is wanting to be there. Another thing with the staff, our retention, knock on a lot of wood here, but is really good. The resignation you heard from Mr. Wetzel today is the only teacher we are replacing, so we're really happy about keeping those same people in place, and the fact that they're enjoying most days, it says a lot, I think. So I feel personally connected to the people in my work area. Stay around the same, 75%. You'll see a representation of the student data too. Before this data even came out, we had brainstormed ideas on a book study for next year, and we'll talk more about it in the fall in terms of our action steps. But that's going to be a big focus for us next year. Relationships, not just between staff and students, but between staff and staff members, students and students. Just really dive into that relationship piece. That's really important at the middle school level. Remain a healthy work-life balance. I don't know what Mark's dealing with here, but 62% was. Now we're at 92% here. Just kidding, Mark. Yeah, right. Yeah, right. Yeah, I got plenty of data I can work on too, that's for sure. So, but obviously the goal was increased by 10%. I think we did a good job on that. Staff culture obviously is an important thing to the building, so we're always looking at ways we can improve that, make more connections between staff. I think having a lot of new staff members the last couple of years, we're still getting to know each other a little bit, so I think hopefully that will continue to go up. The student survey, based on the spring data, this is definitely one that we can work on, right? If I needed help, I could talk to my teachers outside of class. So hovering around that 64, 65%, that's a big area of concern for myself. And I think our staff would feel that same way. Dr. Hidman talked about perceptions a lot. I think this is one of those things that our staff obviously cares about their students, right? They wouldn't be in education if they didn't, but perception is not quite there. So we want to really focus on relationships with staff and students, making sure every student has at least one staff member they can go to, they feel comfortable with. So that's going to be a big priority for this upcoming year, is changing that perception, right? We know our staff cares. How can we make our students feel like they care? Okay. And then our student discipline data, we had a pretty significant drop in office referrals. 2022-23 year, we had 1,268 office referrals. Obviously those numbers jump a lot from the elementary to the middle school. This year we had 734, so a 42% drop in office referrals, which we're really happy about. I know last year we requested a full-time dean of students. I think that really helped, so I appreciate the addition of that. And I think just our system is in place, right? Consistency with staff, how we do things. We had a good drop there.
So for us, we are almost the reverse of what Lindsay had, although 75% was our starting point, and that was fair. It was an area that we were really looking at for this year of how do we ensure that our staff are looking forward to being at school, and how can we support them with that. So we did a lot of communication, gathered a lot of feedback. That was part of my own SLO. And we increased to staff looking forward to coming to work most days to 82.35%. So that was intentional. We put some effort into that this year. Personally connected with people in the workplace. This year it was 92%, and last year it was 87%. So our staff is more connected. I will say with Erin, with our failed referendum, when Erin was put in to the Dean of Students / AD role last year, that is an impossible role. Like you can't, that's two jobs. You just try to mush them together and see what happens. So we separated that. So now we have Brian O'Leary, who is athletic director and activities coordinator, and Erin. I think that assisted with us having some continuity and some support throughout our building. So I believe there's a correlation there. Students saying that they could talk to their teacher outside of class, 87.7% was our number this year. It went up from 82%. We are very intentional on ensuring that we're a small school, so our teachers need to support students outside of the school day, or we don't have clubs, we don't have activities, we don't have athletics. It doesn't work if they don't support students in some way outside of the classroom. And we did a little audit last year, and overwhelmingly the majority of our staff did participate in those extracurricular activities. So I think that assists with them talking to their students outside of the school day as well, because they are around them.
And then student discipline for the high school. We said to maintain over 80% of students not having behavior referrals. This year we were just over 80%. Not having any referrals, which is pretty awesome. And then we had approximately 10% of students received one referral, so combined 0 referrals or 1 referral. We were at 92% of the students. Flip that, only 8% of kids really get written up multiple times, so they're showing repetitive behaviors. The total referrals went down by approximately 290. Last year we were at 600. This year we're just over 300. I think there's a lot of things that play a role in that. I think the splitting that role that I tried to serve in last year helped. But then the amount of effort and energy that our teachers are putting into the relationship piece with those students, I think goes a long ways, right? Either a conversation about what behavior is being exhibited or a referral to the office. I think those are two very different things, but ultimately probably end up in the same outcome. So the teachers are putting more weight on their own shoulders in that regard too, which is very helpful with management of school students.
Family community engagement is the next one. From the district's lens, right, increasing stakeholder communication and engagement as a district, we have been following a lot of tracking and trends on the social media followers. Credit to Amanda Smith and all this. Amanda does a large part of our communication, especially on social media. So she's always graphing out the data and and following it from, obviously we've done it from July 2021 to now. As Amanda states down here, right, graphs obviously show growth. Facebook remains the largest online influence for our district. Obviously, probably because of the parents, right, that we're reaching. Kids, I don't even know if they understand what Facebook is any longer. But 2,958 current followers for Facebook, approximately 42% increase since February of 2021, and approximately 131 additional followers since the report in November of 2023. and an average reach of 19,000 accounts per month this year. So that's obviously trending right correctly for us. We also looked at the family satisfaction survey again. Overall, how would you rate communications from the school? 76% of them said great or good, with 92% then being great, good, or fair, or above. And obviously another focus for us is numerous partnerships throughout the district. We've been tracking that, and I'm happy to say that that is starting to come back, obviously post-COVID era, right? That we had made a lot of ways for that, a lot of leeway before COVID, and obviously it all stopped during the COVID time. We're back to having partnerships and growing them throughout our district. One of the areas that we're going to focus on probably, one of the areas that we have the biggest partnerships is in the high school. Obviously, we can understand why, but we're going to focus on having greater partnerships at the middle school and elementary levels. And they have a lot. We're just going to continue to try to increase them.
Okay, so we've always been really proud that at Little Prairie our families are pretty engaged. You know, that tends often to be the case when kids are little, and then sometimes that starts to look a little different as they get older. But I put conference attendance rates up here. So 92% of our families attended in the fall, and then 91% of our families in March. So really good attendance rates there. Specific to student attendance in school, we've been talking quite a bit about this as a district and how to continue to improve rates and, you know, really help families to see the importance of school attendance. Of course, we kind of talked at length about how that dipped and wavered and the impacts of COVID and trying to kind of get that back. But always hope to improve our attendance rate, of course, but I was pretty proud of the fact that our rate maintained from last year. So we had an overall 94% attendance rate this year. So just total possible days of attendance compared to total days attended. And that was the same for us compared to last year. And sometimes when the school report cards come out, you guys hear us talk about attendance as related to how it's reported out on the district and school report cards. So they report it out just a little differently. So when we have that information in the fall, you'll hear us talk about that. But the report cards have always shown the percentage of students who miss 10% or more of the possible school days. So it's just a little bit different view than what's up here.
Yeah, that leads perfectly into mine as well, too, as far as the engagement goes. I mean, we really focused on attendance this year as well, too, especially within the target group. So when we look at report cards from state report cards, the target groups are those students that are participating or who's scoring at the 25th percentile or lower. And essentially, I mean, I put in there, like, you have to be present to learn. Right? I mean, we are judged on our student performance, but if those students are absent, it's difficult to demonstrate. So those target scores aren't out yet. We don't have that data for this year. We'll probably get it within late this summer, early October. But overall, our rate was 94.99%, which was 95% last year. So we're trending as maintaining. We, as all administrators, though, had opportunities to work with Officer Catini. We worked with Judge Cotter, had sit-down meetings with him about, like, here's what we're seeing. What can we do in order to really support regular daily attendance within all of our buildings? And then some of the engagement steps that we took this year we ventured into student-led conferences before, just instead of like parent-teacher conferences and the child stays home or, like, you know, sits in the hallway or maybe at their desk. Students led the conference this year, and I think parents generally endorsed that experience. It was a great opportunity for students to demonstrate ownership of their learning. They led it. They talked about what their skills are. They talked about what their goals are. And so I think there were a lot of really great conversations. I think just again, just parent education related to state statutes regarding regular attendance. Some of that was just direct, like me talking to like, hey, we miss you. We miss your child. You've got to be here. And then others were more just like that regular reminders, the 10-day letters or 15 letters days as they go out.
A lot of what Mark just said, I can just say ditto to. A lot of the same issues. In terms of our attendance rate was about the same, a little bit increase from this year to last, about that 92, 93%. Obviously, a number, it's a good number. I think it's 92 is a good percentage, but like to see it higher. Obviously, I think the number of students that are facing anxiety at our level, school avoidance behavior, suicidal ideation, depression, all those types of mental health issues that we are facing in our building played a big role in lower numbers, right? So, and like Mark said, if they're not here, they're not learning, which makes it really hard. Same thing with our target group. We saw a big drop in that from 2 years ago to last year, and then obviously we don't know those numbers for this year yet, but like to see that go up. But I think the biggest challenge is trying to get the small percentage of students that really miss a lot of days. Students that will pull out for a month or several weeks dealing with mental health issues. They're obviously not learning during that time period. So we want to prioritize their mental health and get them healthy that way so they can learn, but it's a struggle, right? A lot of pupil service time goes into supporting those students and getting them back on track so they can be in a place mentally to learn. Some of the actions taken, like Mark also stated, meeting with Judge Cotter, meeting with other members of the county resource, individuals, trying to get them support for families, whether it's is mental health or if there's another issue that we can help them deal with to get their kid to school. We're trying to work through our resources the best we can. Officer Catini helping us to enforce some of those attendance expectations, right? Citations are not our first step, not how we want to necessarily handle attendance, but there are some cases where citations are written, and hopefully that's a little kick in the butt to come to school. Kim Pluis, our school social worker, very active with communicating with families. There's a lot of families she texts on the daily in terms of, hey, where's so-and-so? Did they need a ride? Can we get them a ride? Just trying to work with those families to get them to school. So definitely doing a lot to try to support those families that struggle to get here. Dean of Students, Brian Squares, meeting with students who are consistently tardy, right? So we have different demographic of students that aren't hurting mentally, just aren't getting up, right? Like we have kids that walk to school that show up an hour late every day. So he's been having those discussions of, hey, every hour is important. You need to be here at the start of the school day. And just, again, that communication to families of, we want you here, right? We miss you. We need you here. You can't learn if you're not here.
Our focus is a little different at the high school. Students' attendance is a piece, but students have to be engaged in order to graduate. We have that graduation aspect up here that makes life a little bit different. So proud to report that 100% of our students that were expected to graduated. And what I mean by that is by law, there are students that qualify to continue their education till they're 21 if they have an IEP. And for some reason, really makes me mad, they are counted in your school report card. So it dings is the word I'm going to use, dings your graduation rate when really it is in the best interest of that child to continue going to their 21. So it will not say 100% on our school report card, but 100% of students that were ready to graduate did so.
I'll chime in because I know that's something that Stacy and I had talked about that gets confusing, and so that has been a point of contention for many school districts because it's like, if it's in the best interest of students to stay through a 5, 6, 7 year cohort, why does that reflect then badly then upon the district? And DPI does not ever really have a response to that, quite honestly. So it's just a data point and a fact that kind of is what it is. And like Stacy and I talked about, we just continue to do what's in the best interest individually of each student. And knowing that we don't have a lot of students who have to access that 5 through 7 year cohort, but we also, we have some depending on each year. So it just is what it is, but it's unfortunate it is counted that way.
So, therefore, ours is not solely focused on attendance because it's just a little different up here. So, some of the action steps that we took this year to increase family engagement was holding monthly coffee and conversation meetings with school administration, Brian O'Leary, and parents. Those were super helpful. They gave us a lot of feedback, and there were a lot of actions that came from those meetings, one of which was implementing 0-hour weights. There was some feedback that kids want access to the weight room, but they want it outside of the school day. So we came up with 0-hour weights for third trimester. Some of the feedback had to do with clubs and activities in general. Part of our new esports lab came out of just making sure that we prioritize those extracurriculars. So that feedback was helpful. Our last, if you can see through April, our last coffee and conversations, we had 2 people come to in April, and then May and June, and that was, so for next year, maybe not monthly, maybe like quarterly meetings or something. I think that the feedback was that monthly was too much. But we'll continue those in a little different format next year. Want to talk about clubs?
Sure. So increased participation in athletics and clubs. We listed the total participants because we didn't calculate the percentage yet. I think last year it was 72 or 75% of kids were involved in at least one club or activity. So if you look at the numbers here, athletics, that's 381 kids. That's also kids that play multiple sports, right? So if you are a female and you played volleyball, basketball, and track, you count for 3 in that statistic. So we'll still have to figure out what that percentage is. And then clubs were 529 for a total of 910. I think you'll find that majority of the kids are involved, and I think that goes to that piece 4 slides ago, talking about the relationship that they have with their teachers and how those teachers are the leaders of the clubs and the sports teams. I think it's just a really good connection between the adults and the students in the building. And then I'll go number 3 and I'll hand it back. Increase school spirit and attendance at home events. So all events, athletics, concerts, musicals, fundraisers, whatever it may be. This year we implemented PBIS cards. So kids, every 2 weeks, it was broken out in a 2-week time segment. And Amy Beaver was the one that kind of spearheaded that. She would list activities on different days of the week. And then when kids showed up with their card, they would show it to me or Stacy or Brian or Amy or whoever it was, Nick Bertino, whoever it was, and we would just initial it. And if kids hit X amount of events out of those 2 weeks, then Brian O'Leary and Alex Bruce, who was his student worker this year, made breakfast for them one random day. So just kind of a little incentive to get kids to go. And we felt like that increased participation to some extent because those kids were then motivated by food, because most people are motivated by food. And then the state protocol, which was brought to the board February, maybe March, which then we were able to implement with the track team. When the track came home, the girls relay team took second. So we had Brian threw together a last minute pep rally, which was phenomenal. I would say there were probably 60-ish people that showed up, but just trying to support these kids that are going above and beyond outside of the classroom.
One of the pieces of feedback that a parent gave me at the end of the year was it's really nice that you have state protocol for athletics. Can you have state protocol for, I'm going to say, solo ensemble? Really great point. So that's something that we will continue to work on for next year as well. Weekly newsletters, we call it the ETHS Weekly Update. I can be found often in the hallway pestering children if they've read it. But that is one way that we try to stay connected. Email isn't great. We know everybody's drowning in their email. So continuing to look for ways, but at least it's there if people want to take a look at it. We actually have one going out Our mid-July one is going out tomorrow with some information about August, because August gets busy around here. And then continuing to develop community partnerships. We had about 42 youth apprenticeship students this year, and we had a YA meeting at the end of last week. And our goal for next year is 60, kind of an arbitrary goal, but continuing to build on our youth apprenticeship program. And we have to do that through partnerships with our community businesses.
And that's ensuring the district continues to act as a good steward of district resources toward fostering and supporting our mottos, other strategic areas, and district goals. So areas that we were going to focus on, right, we said by this June of 2024 that would really impact district goals 4 through 6 was safety, energy efficiency management, long-term plan to address maintenance projects, budget approach of fiscal responsibility while attempting to remain to spending commitments that support strategic priorities 1 and 2, which are all about learners and staffing. That fourth one is a little tough, right? A budget approach, but I will say the passage of the $3 million operational per year for 3 years assists in that greatly towards us being able to attain that. So a couple things really quick, and these are highlights. So energy saving projects in LED lighting upgrades at Prairie View and East Troy High School. We've done it in other places too, and I'll get to that, but and annual adjustments to HVAC operations via controls. So we have the new, obviously, HVAC at the middle school per our ESSER funding. Couldn't have been a better investment, in all due respect, for that, and you'll see why with the return and everything. So look at the bottom of that screen. In middle school in 18-19, had 400,000 plus kilowatts, and in 23-24, we had 277,000. So I mean, you're talking over we're in 23-24, we're at 277. So that's not only a cost avoidance, it's a cost savings. And we did have a cost savings. So I know those are the kilowatts, but we had a cost savings. Usually this is all about cost avoidance of what we're at least avoiding by having invested in something. We actually had a cost savings there in the middle school. Prairie View in 18-19 had 435,000, and in 23-24 we were down to 349,440. Added 27 cameras. This goes into the safety component. We've added 27 cameras district-wide. No additions at Dobeck. We do have cameras at Dobeck, but we did not do any of the 27 or no additions to Dobeck. So to all of the other buildings. We added 15 card access points, again, to assist our staff, to assist community usage, and all of those things. We also hardened certain areas. I don't want to go into specifics on those, but as we identify areas throughout the district, we attempt to harden those. So to provide safer environments in the classrooms, in the school buildings. And we've done quite a bit in that area. Implementation of new card access control, and also an improved vetting process for that. We replaced, obviously, the football stadium lighting, and we have new soccer stadium lighting with the LED lighting. All I can say is fantastic. How they look, the isolation on the fields, and LED lighting. It's going to pay us huge dividends in the end. Resurfacing of the track has not occurred. It will be occurring coming up, hopefully when the weather is dry. Hopefully that happens soon. But that is in the docket, I think, to be done still in July, wasn't it, Jake? This week. Yeah, good luck. So updating middle school with building-wide painting. I'd prefer you not to go over there right now. It's kind of destroyed a little bit. But I will tell you, every day I go over there, I get a little more excited because they just make a little more progress every day over there. But we had this within the budget. We said we'd waited too long. We just couldn't address it. And so last year when we were developing the budget, we put aside monies and said we are going to get these projects done for the middle school. It's time to try to update some things there. So we have a whole middle school-wide building painting project going on over there with some graphics that are going to be done, and then the refurbishing of the terrazzo flooring where it's needed, along with some new carpeting in certain areas. I will tell you what, it's amazing what those type of things can do just for aesthetics alone. And I'm excited to see what the staff and the students say when they come in. There was a staff member in there the other day when I happened to be walking, and they were like, "This looks awesome." And I just want to say, I think that's exactly how I feel. It's welcoming. It's welcoming, and I think people are excited to see some investing going on into the building for our students and our staff. We updated. We provided some extra funds to Jake for upgrading the building and grounds lawn equipment and also snow equipment, which should help immensely for efficiencies and effectiveness. In all due respect, we needed it. Right when we had purchased it, one of our lawn equipment had literally broken down, and they told Jake that they highly recommend not to repair it. Talk about perfect timing. But that's kind of the things we deal with in regards to it. And that one we kind of were good and lucky, I'll be blunt. Attempting to address deferred maintenance projects, so that goes back to the long-term planning that we're trying to do. We're trying to help people understand the deferred maintenance projects, and we're hoping to help with the planning, right? And that's going to be now the workshop session, but things we've been doing all along. We are attempting to address those. Continue to develop balanced operating budgets. I think this one doesn't get enough notice and enough attention in a positive light, right? Because we're always talking about structural deficits and this, that, but each and every single year, we've had a balanced budget. Now, it takes work, but we've operated under a balanced budget. There was only 1 year that I recall going into my 18th year now. It was the end of my first year in which we didn't have a balanced budget. And I know exactly why we didn't. And I don't say it disrespectfully to anybody prior to me. I get how it happened. But the open enrollment projection was off a lot. And I get how that happens. I mean, those are just estimates. It impacted the budget that fall, my first year, significantly. And I wasn't a part of the previous spring. Not saying I wouldn't have made the same mistake. I probably would have. I mean, they're just estimates. But that's the only year I've ever been a part of when we didn't have a balanced budget. And we had to go into the fund balance a lot, which, as we know, we had to go into it a lot, and it reduced our fund balance to about 9% that year. Since then, we now have gotten our fund balance back up to 36% through all those years, through really good decision making, which leads me to the next point. No short-term borrowing last year because of that fund balance, that nice surplus that we have. And then also, we don't project any, I won't say I'm going to put my life on it at this moment in time, but we're projecting no borrowing for 24-25 because of that healthy fund balance, which saves us a lot on the interest side again. Continue to refinance Fund 39 debt when appropriate. So we continue to always try to refinance it when it's appropriate to do so, to save the district monies. Our mill rate this past year for 23-24 was at 6.79 for 23-24 school year, and that has dropped from 8.72 in 2021 and much higher previous to those years. In the 9 years leading up to the passage of the operational referendum, I'm saying up to because we obviously know it has increased with the $3 million now, but the East Troy Community School District increased the tax levy by only an average of 1.03% annually. Obviously, it doesn't apply now with the $3 million. We've given modest salary increases. I'm happy to say we've given salary increases. I also, on the community side, will say they've been modest salary increases. When CPI was at 8%, we gave 4%. I would have preferred to give 8%, honestly, for our staff on a lot of the stuff. But I also want the community to understand we did a modest salary increase. So there's a balance to both, right? Employment benefit change on health insurance we've done consistently, and we did again this past year. And that's it. So that is everything. I will provide all of these to all of you so you can take a look at it in more detail. And if you have further questions, and you can anticipate we'll come back in the fall in October with actions of what we're going to focus on for the upcoming year based on this information.
Dr. Hebner, should we move? Yeah. Go ahead.
I'm going to have to give a quick update on the middle school schedule. A lot of time and effort into making some changes, adding some staff. Our goal is to get rosters out to families August 1st. When you register. Oh, yeah, There you go. Sorry. Again, our goal is to get rosters out by August 1st. I will be transparent with training a new administrative assistant this year who actually does a lot of the work putting the schedules into Skyward. We've had some challenges that we've been working through. Lisa Drugada and Taylor Baumeister has been really instrumental in helping with some of those challenges. If for some reason those rosters aren't ready August 1st, we will send out communication to families, let them know. But I just want everyone to know we're in a good spot in terms of those added elective courses. The matrix is solid. We feel good about kids being in classes they want to be in. And just those additions, I think, helped us long term. So hopefully we can keep those long term too. So again, August 1st is the goal. If for some reason we aren't able to kind of work out some of the kinks before that time, we will send out communication to family. But mid-August would be the latest we're looking at getting those rosters out to families. Okay. Any questions? Sure. Thank you.
Okay, we're going to move an agenda item up. This would be policy review and development A, new Title IX policy by August 1st. Right?
Thank you. So we have Shayna Lewis of Running Lewis and Lacey. Shayna is our legal consultant, has been for a good length of time in our district. And so I've asked her to come tonight to help to explain a little bit of the 2024 update regulations to Title IX. There's a lot, right? And we had the 2020, and I just wanted to allow her, who is very well versed in it, to be able to explain it, answer any questions from the board in regards to it. And Shayna, just so you know, I did provide the board the presentation from what we've had from Running Lewis and Lacey in regards to from Tess O'Brien and Chad and others. So yeah, you don't have to stand.
All right, well, thanks for having me. This is a tough subject because this is an issue that we've been dealing with for years at this point. You may remember in 2020, we got new regulations regarding Title IX. Title IX is the statute, the federal statute, that prohibits discrimination on the basis of sex within the educational programs or educational facilities, curricular and extracurricular activities as well. In 2020, we got new regulations that were designed solely to address issues related to sexual assault and sexual harassment investigations within the schools. That was a reaction to some issues in higher education related to, you may recall, the Duke lacrosse incidents and some questions about whether students accused of sexual assault and sexual harassment were given appropriate levels of due process in the context of those investigations. 2020 regulations were passed. There were some legal challenges. Fast forward, we have a different administration now than we did in 2020, and the Department of Education, controlled by the current administration, had been promising to issue new Title IX regulations for several years. They finally did so in April of 2024, and they addressed really two primary issues. The first issue is just like we saw in 2020. They addressed the investigations of sexual assault and sexual harassment within the school environment and really kind of streamlined and tightened up some of the rules governing those investigations. But in addition to that, they also added something that had been kind of percolating at the Department of Education, and that is that they, through regulation, expanded the definition of sex to include essentially, and I'm not using the specific language from the regulations, but essentially to cover transgender and gender nonconforming students and students with a different sexual orientation than heterosexual. Essentially what they were doing was making sure that the term sex discrimination and sexual harassment, including discrimination and harassment on the basis of the child's membership in the protected classes of transgender, gender nonconforming, and sexual orientation. That is something that wasn't found in the 2020 regulations. We are now in a situation where those new regs were passed in April of 2024 and effective on August 1st, 2024. As a result of those regulations, school districts across the country are required to revise their Title IX policies in order to ensure that they are compliant with the new regulations. That needs to be done by August 1st. And also, we need to have a plan in place for purposes of training all of your staff, like all school districts across the state or across the country need to train their staff. We're training Title IX coordinators, we're training investigators, decision makers, and then the staff who are going to assist in enforcing these policies. Of course, this issue is not without controversy. And the controversy that is going on right now is in the form of litigation. There are several challenges across the country to these regulations, and in several parts of the country, these regulations have been enjoined, meaning that within the jurisdiction of the specific courts, the school districts that exist within those jurisdictions are prohibited from adopting new policies that comply with the new regulations. A kind of wrinkle occurred on July 2nd. On July 2nd, there was a district court in Kansas that issued an injunction. That injunction applied to Kansas, Wyoming, and Idaho, as well as the organizations that pursued the lawsuit in order to secure the injunction. One of the organizations that pursued the injunction was the Moms for Liberty. The Moms for Liberty advocated for the injunction to apply not just to the school districts within the jurisdiction that was covered by the district court in Kansas, but also to apply to every school district in the country where a Moms for Liberty member sends his or her kids. The court in Kansas said, we think we'll be able to do that, but what we need from you is by July 15th, today, they need to submit a list of school districts where, or they actually said a list of schools where the Moms for Liberty members send their children, so that we can identify who or what districts we are applying this injunction to. On July 12th, the Moms for Liberty submitted a list to the district court in Kansas. The list does not so much identify the school districts where they send their children, but instead identify the counties where Moms for Liberty chapters exist. And the expectation is that the district court will be able to interpret from that list the number of school districts or the identity of the school districts where they wish the injunction to be imposed. The district court has not yet issued any kind of decision unless it's happened in the last hour, and I've been trying to keep close ties to what's going on there. But we don't actually have an answer on that yet. We do have a number of school districts across the state who have received correspondence from the Moms for Liberty chapters identifying that they believe that the injunction applies to school districts within their county. And I'm not sure whether there are any or many school districts that are going to comply with that injunction. At this point, we know that the defendants in that lawsuit have also filed a cross motion or a responsive motion asking the district court to make a different decision regarding the injunction to limit the number of school districts where the injunction will be enforced, and then also to ask for one specific narrowing of the injunction, and that is to focus on what the Moms for Liberty are specifically concerned about. Not all of the new regulations that apply to the investigations of sexual harassment or sexual assault, but instead the definition of sex and that expansive manner in which the regulations define the term sex. It is not clear whether the district court will accept the injunction as presented by the Moms for Liberty. It's not sure whether they will narrow that request. It's also not sure whether a district court in Kansas has any jurisdiction over school districts in the state of Wisconsin. We are, at this point, reserving our opinion on that until we see the actual order that is issued by the court. They may come up with a brilliant argument, a brilliant resource that they're relying upon that explains how they believe they have that, that right to enjoin a school district in a state that has no connection with a district court in Kansas, or they may not. But depending upon what that order says, will depend on whether you have to ultimately comply with the August 1st deadline. There's also a possibility that the Department of Education will kind of take a step back in order to try to avoid a situation where a handful of school districts in an area will need to comply and a handful will not, or kind of a piecemeal or quilted approach to the enforcement of the August 1st deadline. We'll see what happens. There has been a suggestion that maybe they'll wait until January 31st for the deadline so that we'll see who wins the election and how this will go, because certainly if President Biden is not elected, if President Trump is elected, we're probably going to have a reversal of a lot of the decisions that were made by the Department of Education during this administration, like we've seen in the last couple of elections. Now, one last thing before I answer any questions if you have any, but one last thing is, what does the question that I've been asked is, well, what happens if we don't adopt these regulations or adopt the policy that arises out of the regulations? What if we just refuse to do so? Well, the police aren't going to come. This is not a situation where you will have to deal with some sort of a law enforcement investigation or anything like that. There is a possibility, although not a likelihood, that the Department of Education will attempt to pull the district's federal funding. We've never seen them do that before in a situation like this. In fact, I heard from WASB recently that there may be one or two school districts in our state who failed to adopt the 2020 regulations, the policy that arose out of the 2020 regulations, and they haven't lost federal funding yet. So it's unlikely that that will happen. However, in the event that you have a period of time when you were supposed to have adopted the new policy that complies with the new regulations, and you don't, and you have a sexual assault or a sexual harassment complaint filed, and you process them under the old regulations and not the new regulations, and to some extent that could violate the rights of someone who's accused of sexual harassment or someone who is making an accusation, you could face liability from any of the individuals involved. That's a concern. The other issue, though, to identify, and that is what would be the purpose of not adopting the new policy that arose out of the new regulations. The Moms for Liberty have clearly stated that they're against the new definition of sex. And if that is the purpose of not adopting these new regulations, at least in the state of Wisconsin, having the regulations apply or not does not change anything about what your legal obligations are to transgender and gender nonconforming students and students based on their sexual orientation. In the state of Wisconsin, unlike other states, our anti-discrimination statute that applies to students includes the term sexual orientation. So we have had, since I think the late 80s, a prohibition against discrimination and harassment on the basis of sexual orientation. So these new regulations don't create that obligation. And then we also have a case that came out of the Kenosha Unified School District that was issued by the 7th Circuit in 2017. The original decision was 2017. It was reaffirmed by the 7th Circuit in 2019. And in that case, The Seventh Circuit Court of Appeals, which does govern Wisconsin and the school districts that exist within Wisconsin, in that case, the Seventh Circuit Court of Appeals concluded that the term sex includes discrimination on the basis of gender identity, gender nonconformity, and sex stereotypes. So if the goal is to avoid that expansive definition, we've had that expansive definition in Wisconsin for many years. And so if the goal, again, is to not adopt that policy in order to avoid having to comply with that expansive definition, that's not something that you'll be able to do, or any school district will be able to do. If they do so, they're not going to be in violation necessarily of the regulations, but they will definitely be in violation of the precedent that was set by the Whitaker case and the cases that have come after that have cited it. So, with all of that, at this point, we are at least recommending that you proceed with your adoption of the revised policies. And in the event that something happens between now and August 1st, or in the event that something happens after August 1st related to your obligations to adopt this policy or enforce this policy, we have mechanisms in place that allow us to remove the policy, to set aside the policy, or to not comply with the policy if we are prohibited from doing so. Any questions?
The Whitaker decision, I was reading some stuff online about it, and it said that they had included some, I don't know what the legal term is, but I guess qualifiers that the student in question had sort of a more advanced, they had been claiming that for a while. They were further down the road and whatever. So does that play into it at all? Is there to a certain degree, but then you have to meet that threshold? Are there, would they have to provide evidence, things like that?
So there's not a bright line rule with regard to who qualifies as a transgender or gender nonconforming student for purposes of the protection that exists in Title IX. But the student has the burden of proof if they're sued. So if a student were to file a lawsuit against the school district and argue that they were discriminated against because of their transgender status or their gender nonconforming status or even their sexual orientation, they would have to prove that they are a member of that protected class. What the courts will require of them depends, it's different, but to the extent that someone were to be faking in order to take advantage of access to a locker room or a restroom facility, which is a question I've been asked periodically, if someone were to be faking in order to gain that access or to take advantage of a scholarship or a participation in an athletic team, the process of discovery, depositions and admissions and interrogatories, all of the things that we do in order to try to figure out whether there is evidence to prove the different elements of a claim. If there was evidence that the student was not living as a female, if they were assigned male at birth and then were identifying as female, if there was evidence that the student was faking, was trying to take advantage or game the system, that would come out in litigation. In all of the cases that have been litigated where they've gotten any attention whatsoever, or there's been a decision where the court actually issued a published decision, there has not been evidence of that, which makes me think that there are protections in place so that people aren't suing when they know that they would be found out if there was some kind of an attempt to game the system. It just doesn't seem to be something that is actually happening. And even the case law that exists now, the cases that are pending at the Office of Civil Rights and some other cases, we're not seeing that as a viable argument, that the student isn't actually transgender or the student isn't actually gay. It's just not something that has been revealed through the litigation.
But schools will still have, in that case, school would still have to put forth the resources to investigate and go through all the steps of that. So for like if a kid, is transgender and they are called a different sex or male or female, you throw like a girl or something like that. My understanding is that could be construed as sexual harassment under this new definition of misgendering
If you
someone
just-
by student or staff.
If someone inadvertently or you makes a mistake, or even if someone is being mean once, twice maybe, call someone by a gender that is other than the gender that they identify with, whether they happen to be transgender or cisgender, one or two statements like that, or an inadvertent mistake with regard to pronouns or names, is not going to rise to the level of severe or pervasive such that it would be sexual harassment. That's just not something that we would deal with. We would deal with it in a very benign way, the same way as we deal with it when kids are calling each other names that are inappropriate, or that if they continued, or if they were joined by some other action, that we would address it in a more serious way. But very rarely do we see a sexual harassment case that is even brought at the district level, where it is just a simple one time or two times or mistaken, where a student is calling a student by the wrong gender or by the wrong name.
Could they under the new rules though?
There's no difference.
There's no difference.
It's the same.
So
yeah.
if this rule already exists, what is in Wisconsin, right? What's the purpose of having, I guess, a triplicate policy here at the district
So
then?
the primary thing that you're doing with this policy, that if you look at the actual language in the policy, the majority of it is talking about how we investigate sexual
Mhm.
harassment and sex discrimination. That is not something that was required by the Whitaker case. All of that comes as a result of the Title IX regulations that were first adopted in 2020 and that have now been revised under 2024.
Okay. And then how do bathrooms work? Because I know that's been a contentious issue over the years with all around the country.
Yeah, so technically speaking, again, nothing changes as a result of these new regulations regarding access to restrooms or locker room facilities by students who identify as a different gender than their assigned gender at birth. So right now, so before August 1st, before this policy exists, if you have a transgender student who wishes to use a restroom or locker room facility that corresponds with their gender identity and not their assigned sex at birth, if you refuse to allow them that access, you are going to find yourself, if challenged, so if taken to court, held liable under Title IX for violating that student's rights under Title IX.
What if there are kids who are uncomfortable with that?
So when there are kids that are uncomfortable with that, we work with the kids. And I've advocated for this. Some of your administrators will remember me saying this for at least 3 or 4 times. We live in a society right now where children have a number of different health, and including physical health and mental health issues. They also have a number of trauma experiences. Any student who has concerns about using a restroom or locker room facility, who wants additional privacy, who has some concerns about undressing or using a restroom or otherwise being present in a restroom or locker room facility with other students because of their own concerns, because of their physical deformities, their mental health, should be talking with your student services staff in order to talk about how they can exist within the school district environment in a way that makes them feel comfortable. If there are students who are uncomfortable using a restroom with a transgender student, we should be helping them understand where they can use the restroom or how we can accommodate them. Similarly, a transgender student should be allowed to use the restroom or locker room facility where they feel comfortable. There are many times when a transgender or gender nonconforming student is going to request access to a gender neutral restroom, and we provide accommodations for them there. Similarly, they may ask for access to a restroom or locker room facility that is sex segregated and that corresponds with their assigned gender or their gender identity, and we'll work with them to do that. For the most part, when a transgender or gender nonconforming student is requesting accommodations, they're working with your staff in order to figure out what that looks like and how we can accommodate them without imposing on the rights of other students.
That's my main concern, is the opening this up to then violating other children's privacy. And then if that child is uncomfortable, then they have to use a different restroom?
In some cases, in
Okay,
other
that
cases,
just, I know it's not you, but it just doesn't seem right.
in other cases, it's staggered schedules or it's support plans to make sure that students feel comfortable.
It's
Yeah,
disappointing.
And again, and I will just say, nothing changes with regard to that obligation as a result
We
of this.
put it in
policy.
our policy though, like in
It's in
East
your-
Troy has a policy then saying, you know, all these things. So it's a difficult topic.
I hear you.
Yeah.
I will say, I would encourage you to read the policy that you're being recommended to.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Because
Yep.
it doesn't say anything about restrooms or locker rooms.
Okay. Yeah, I just haven't seen it yet.
Yeah,
so.
no, I just want to make sure that's clear. The policy that you guys are considering does not say anything about restrooms or locker rooms. It does not say anything about pronouns. The policy that you are adopting does indicate that the term sex includes transgender and gender nonconforming and sex stereotypes. That is part of the new regulations. But you already have a couple of policies that say that. Board Policy 5517 defines sex to include gender identity and gender nonconforming students. And I believe 551701 may as well.
Thank you.
Shayna,
Uh-huh.
so, but as we work with all students, and let's say a student who's identifying as a gender nonconforming
Mhm.
student in status, but if they were, as a building level administrator is working with them and or their family, if they are not okay with a gender neutral, of course, if they were provided gender neutral, that would be done. But if they're like, I want to be identified, I am identifying as a female, I'm identifying as a female, I'm a biological male, I'm going, and so I want to be able to utilize what I identify in
Mhm.
physical facility, whether it be the bathrooms or locker rooms.
Yeah.
The answer would be, you're saying, look, we can't say, well, we're gonna provide the gender neutral. No, that would be a violation. You're saying
If you only offer them the gender neutral restroom, and they've asked to use the restroom that corresponds with their gender identity, the Seventh Circuit Court of Appeals has said that action by a school district violates the student's rights.
So then, my next question to you is, because it is a very sensitive topic amongst a lot of people, right? And that would be, so then schools themselves probably are looking, am I not correct on this? Probably looking at, well, how do we support all students again?
Yeah.
And so having to possibly have discussions about their facilities.
There is absolutely an increase in discussions about how we are spending our money on ensuring that our facilities provide privacy to all of our students as they are utilizing our restroom and locker room facilities. For many reasons, but including the obligations under Title IX that exist today.
Now, for the board's perspective, just so the board's aware too, is you might be like, I heard Shayna say August 1st, and that's in all the documents that we provided. Just so the board's aware, so on the 29th for the referendum workshop session, that was gonna be another agenda item on that night for the special meeting, and it was gonna be reviewing and possible consideration of adoption of the new policy, which is through Shayna and Running Lewis Lacey work with Neola, and it's Neola's policy, so I'm working with them on that. But then I still need to work with Shayna on this, and that is, and maybe you can answer it tonight, Shayna, and that is, obviously, we need to keep the old policy.
Correct.
because anything that would transpire before August 1st, if it came and it's on, correct me if I'm wrong on this, learning as I go a little here, and that is if there is anything of a possible Title IX violation within that context, prior to August 1st, you have to use the old policy.
Correct.
And it's not when it was reported.
Correct.
It's, again, about the alleged incident.
This is a flaw that we've seen in the regulations that indicate that anything that happened before August 1st is processed under the old policy. Anything that happens after August 1st is processed under the new regulations. In the event that there's crossover, you're supposed to kind of cobble together a compromise of both policies. But yes, then the question is that I got asked earlier today, well, how long before we can jettison the old policy? There's no statute of limitations technically, so somebody could file a complaint 2 years from now, and we might have to address it under the old policy. So until that fix happens, if it will, we're going to keep that policy for a little bit.
Now, another question I have, and that is, so we're in the midst of transitioning to Neola policies, right? And there's quite a long ways to go still. I mean,
Absolutely.
I'm through the 100s or whatever, right? So my question is, when we say the old policy, is it Neola's old policy?
No.
It's our old policy,
Correct.
So, yeah, so we would not be adopting on the 29th Neola's old policy and Neola's new policy. We'd be adopting for consideration Neola's new policy, but still keeping our old policy.
You know, you could adopt Neola's old policy because technically speaking, it's not your policy that applies to the complaints that occurred, or the complaints regarding incidents that occurred prior to August 1st. It's the regulations. And so to the extent that your policy complied with the regulations, that's really the only thing we're worried about. So you could adopt 2266 and 2264 of Neola's
And we
and
would
then
drop
use
ours.
both of those.
And we would
That,
just drop
you could
ours.
actually do that based on how, it's not the policy, it's the regulations.
The facility part still is kind of mind-blowing to me, to be honest. I mean, I could be wrong. I just think a lot of people no matter on where you are in regards to understanding or comfortability, to be quite honest, I'll use those terms. But the providing privacy to all, I'd want to provide it then to everybody. So the large group of students are as comfortable then as a gender nonconforming status. But it seems to me like right now, without doing that, from the way it's being described, if a gender nonconforming status student were to be asking for that of their identified gender, then it's the other students, and if I had a group of other students who are biological students who are uncomfortable, then I can look at them and say, you can go to the neutral bathroom, but they have to make that choice.
I can tell you
And
that,
I just think
yeah.
it's gonna be, I don't know how to say it. I think it's gonna be
Nope.
I think it's gonna be strongly contentious.
I can tell you that there has been litigation where families of cisgender students have brought lawsuits against school districts alleging that the school district violated the rights of cisgender students because the school districts were accommodating transgender and gender nonconforming students, and none of them have prevailed. However, there's a case right now in a Wisconsin public school district that is pending before OCR that involves a situation where students, biological female students, entered a female locker room where a transgender male to female student was changing, and there was a bit of a surprise when they discovered each other. They weren't supposed to be there, as I understand it from the paperwork. But right now, OCR is making a decision at some point in the near future about whether that situation where someone has been harmed, where there's actual tangible harm that is being communicated. That wasn't the case for all of those other cases. It was hypothetical harm. And so this might be a different outcome.
Can I ask a question on that?
Sure.
And that is, when OCR is deciding, are they deciding based upon the alleged child who did the alleged action? Or are they saying that the school district also is being held liable?
Oh, it's not against the student at all. It's
It's
against the
against the
law. It's
district.
against the lawsuit's against the
It's
school
against the
district.
district.
Yeah, it's always
But yet
against
the district would say they were maybe trying to meet this federal
Correct.
regulation standard.
Correct, but it's against the school
But
district.
because the child then did some alleged an act, the district now is being, yet they're trying to meet the federal regulation.
Correct, and it wasn't about, just, I want to be clear, the child was just in the restroom. I mean, there was nothing, there was no assault or anything like that. The child was in the restroom, or in the locker room changing, and so it was, the child did nothing wrong. The question is whether the district, in accommodating that child, harmed the other children, and the question is under Title IX, whose rights prevail? This has nothing to do. This has nothing to do with the new regulations. It has nothing to do with the new regulations. The OCR investigation that's happening. Yeah.
Tomorrow,
Yeah.
yes, I totally get that. I'm just saying
Yeah.
tomorrow though, we might be implementing something that could invoke all this to be, right? I mean, it's just, and it could have, and I get what you're saying, geez, well, geez, we could have had that last week or a month
Yeah,
ago.
it exists today, yes,
That's fine.
because you're putting it in black and white a little bit more than you've already, I mean, and I don't want to, make it sound like I'm being argumentative here, but technically speaking, if you go to your policies, the Neola policies specifically reference gender nonconforming students as protected under the term sex.
They just don't know.
Yep.
Her, so I think you try.
Well, I mean, that,
If
yeah.
it were to be agreed on, I don't know how else to say it, but, right? So I'm just, not trying to be against the federal regulation. It's interesting because I think to myself, like, yeah, but you just gave it all, thinking they thought they were trying to maybe meet the federal
Correct.
regulations and look at a liability lawsuit possibly. It didn't even involve assault.
Right.
It involved being in the same vicinity
Correct.
of a locker room. It's just, it's hard to figure out like what's the proper.
Seems like they conflict, like there's conflicting. One is trying to protect rights, and then it's almost like in this case at the expense of others. And to me, that, I don't know how they can justify that kind of stuff. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I will tell you, applying the law is challenging
Mhm.
at times, and at times, people's rights have to be balanced.
Yeah. Sure, you love talking about this stuff.
I just think about it from, I totally get it, like, I mean, if nothing has changed from a policy standpoint, right? And it's just about what could be brought to our attention, asked of us, demanded, to be honest, of us, and I get that too, and the rights, but balancing, I think we're trying to say, balancing all the rights. And then I'm just trying to think to myself, like, to balance those rights, and I could be dead wrong on this, I don't, in my first impressions is, then we have to make facility changes, right, to balance the rights of everybody, which is an investment, a big investment, and I'm, it's not one that's on our referendum list right now of a priority.
Yeah, and I'm not sure, your administration may already be doing this. And I will tell you, just in case no one asked this question today, but I get this question periodically, we're not accommodating students without communications with families. This is an approach that your staff is considering the best interest of the students in terms of talking with them about what kinds of things can be done and how to address the requests. I will tell you that just in my experience working with school districts across the state on this issue, it is often the adults that have the concerns and the children who don't. There's a lot less challenges from kids at this point. But I don't know what kinds of experiences you guys have had in this district already. I'd be shocked if you did not have at least one or more transgender or gender nonconforming students who've requested an accommodation.
Yes, I can answer that, yes, but to the.
We're not gonna discuss the
Yes.
identity of those individuals or
Yes.
anything like
No.
that, but yeah. We will likely have an answer before the 29th as to whether this district court is going to try to assert jurisdiction or whether the Department of Education is going to make a change with regard to how they're going to enforce this.
And then on a different note, same note, but a different note on the Title IX, the board approved tonight a director of human resources for us, which I gotta be honest, I'm very happy about. But from that standpoint, a little background, going through the trainings of 2020, now going through the trainings of 2024, there's a lot,
Yeah, there's a lot.
right? I don't know how else to explain it. I know I'm not really asking you a question, but there's just a lot for educators to be processing, which in all due respect, attorneys are saying, we don't know,
Exactly.
right?
Yeah, the investigation, the details with regard to what an investigation has to go through in order to meet the due process expectations when a child or an adult is accused of sexual harassment or sexual assault within the jurisdiction of the school district. It is remarkable. And you understand why. I mean, you're essentially, potentially taking away the child's right to attend school or the staff member's right to remain as an employee. So due process is paramount, but there are very detailed rules that apply. And having trained, focused, dedicated staff to deal with that is a good idea.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, let's move on to the preliminary 2024-2025 budget.
Okay, if you look on page 11 in your packet, there's the 2024-2025 preliminary budget. There's 3 columns of numbers, the audited 2022-23 final actual numbers, the unaudited 2023-2024 numbers. We're still wrapping up with some grant claims and miscellaneous transactions. We'll start working with the auditors in a few weeks. As we do those final transactions, there will still be some changes to 2023-24. And the preliminary budget of 2024-25 is, like it says, very preliminary. There are many changes that come through October. There's a pupil count, the open enrollment final numbers. We receive our final equalization aid October 15th. We receive property values October 1st. Those numbers all affect our revenue limit and therefore our revenues for the year. I'll start and explain a few lines of the budget. It begins with the general fund, which encompasses most of the expenses of the district. That's all the expenses that impact students the most, all our teacher salaries, our support staff salaries, transportation, buildings and grounds, special education transfer to support special ed. So the majority of the school's budget is in the general fund, also known as Fund 10. begins with the beginning fund balance and ending fund balance. You can see preliminary increases in 2023-24. Right now, we're looking at about a $753,000, 327 surplus for the budget for as we end the year with the actual numbers. The final budget of 23-24 had a surplus in there of 679,557. So we're coming in slightly above what we had planned. The budget for 2024-25, right now we're looking at increasing the fund balance $148,250. There again, since the budget is very preliminary, we have a lot of staffing changes and final numbers to come in. That is most likely going to change, and I am very comfortable having a buffer in there at this point as we move forward and work to finalize numbers.
Sure. And the positive variance that Amy's talking about from the 22-23 into 23-24, recall, right, that involves the $3 million of the referendum dollars. So, you know, yes, we have a positive variance, but it was with the $3 million, which we were anticipating. Actually, it's a pretty good projection by us because we were anticipating having that and carrying, and then having no carryover really available probably maybe into the 24-25, which could result in the structural deficit occurring.
The next line shows the revenues for the general fund. It's a big part of our budget. We look very much at the revenue limit. This 24-25 will be our second year in the state biennial budget. Fortunately, the state did again provide the $325 increase to the revenue limit. That was the same in 2023-24 after several years of very minimum or no increases. So I looked at the math in our revenue limit with the increase between last year and this coming year. That's a 3.7% increase in our revenue limit. If you recall, inflation was 4.012%. So this year, even with the increase, we're still not meeting that inflation. That is the same with over 400 districts across the state. We all have the revenue limit. That is a large reason why you hear so much about referendums in the news, that those revenues have been stagnant when inflation keeps rising as their expenses increase. Another factor with the referendums across the state is the special education funding. With the biennial budget that was passed prior to 2023-24, people were advocating for 60% increase in special ed funding. It only increased from about 31% to approximately 33%. So just to set the stage, that's why like districts across the state are going to referendum. Fortunately, we have the $3 million referendum that helps sustain some of the staffing and services through the students. Then under revenues, it lists several different sources. The local sources, that includes our property taxes, which is largely dependent upon our revenue limit and a combination of our state aid and property taxes. So you can say it does increase a little bit between the years. That's mostly due to the $325 increase, as well as some declining enrollment exceptions and other exceptions to the revenue limit. Interdistrict payments, that is open enrollment that we receive payments from other districts, as well as some co-curricular fees, like when we hold track invites, basketball invites, other districts provide some funding to us. Intermediate sources, 500, that is youth apprenticeships. State sources, 600, that is per pupil aid and equalization aid, transportation aid, all those aids that we received from the state. Federal sources is 700. You can see a much larger number in 2022, 2023. That was due to the ESSER funds, due to COVID, which now are exhausted. We do not receive those ESSER funds anymore. So you can see a lower number in this upcoming budget. Sources 800 and 900 are miscellaneous revenues. A lot of times those are like refunds from insurance. There's also still some unemployment relief that we're receiving due to COVID in those numbers. So overall for next year's budget, we're looking at $25,442,667 in Fund 10 or general revenue. Then our expenses, to develop the budget for expenses, many staff members have their own department budgets or their school budgets, such as buildings and grounds, transportation, curriculum. Each building principal submits a budget, or athletic director submits a budget. So it's really a group effort to make sure we use all our resources and provide for the students. There's input from staff members across the district. The first line item is instruction. That would be all our teacher salaries and all the general supplies for our students. Support services. This is a very large group. It includes all our building and grounds, our transportation department, technology, as well as administration support staff salaries. Many of our library staff are paraprofessionals that are come out of Fund 10 are in this group. It's also usually our largest purchases, such as buildings and grounds improvements, Chromebooks, technology supplies, buying of vehicles, either buses or other vehicles for transporting students. And then the last line item in general fund expenses is non-program transactions. This would be the open enrollment out to other districts, as well as our transfer to Fund 27, which is our special education fund, which is required because Fund 27 needs to maintain no fund balance. So our total expenditures for 2024-25 is estimated to be $25,294,416. So there again, that's slightly less than our revenue, and we're projecting a positive variance of $148,250. The rest of the line items on the budget list other funds. Special projects funds includes many donations or student activities and donations that are carried over year to year and earmarked towards specific expenses. It also includes our special education fund. We've seen our needs increase, and we also have another special education teacher, as well as a little bit of a change to the special education paraprofessionals hours, where they can work up to 36.25 hours and receive the single health insurance. Next is our debt service fund. This is Baird provides the debt schedule for us, and that is put into the revenue limit under Fund 39. This is kind of reflects the 2015 referendum from Building Little Prairie. This would be all capital referendum. This is totally separate from our current operational referendum. Our current operational referendum is reflected in the general fund under the revenues under local sources. Capital Projects Fund is Fund 46. This is available to transfer money for future building projects.
We just opened this recently.
Yes, it was opened last year, and the funds need to accumulate for 5 years before spending can begin, but it can be a good savings to save up for future expenses. Next page, our food service fund.
So we can touch that fund after 5 years.
Yes, yes.
So if we keep it at $100 and something, which it is, right? Wow, big money, right?
Right.
We laugh about that. But it was just started. That's the reason we got it going, right? To start it. But then let's say whenever year 5 hits, we can put in any dollar amount we want, and within 6 months we can utilize that whole dollar amount.
That's
Because we met the threshold of 5 years, not the dollar, any dollar.
That's correct. It's from your initial deposit.
And was that our first year? Was the initial was 22, 23?
Yes. Okay. On page 12, there's the food service fund. If you look at the budget for 2024-25, you can see both revenues and expenses have decreased a little bit. However, expenses still are higher than revenues. In 2023-2024, DPI said your fund balance is getting rather high. You need to spend some of that down. So the $70,000 was invested in a walk-in cooler freezer at the middle school. We will not have that expense in 2024-25, so that's why you see revenues and expenses a bit lower, as well as there's no longer the supply assistant funds due to COVID. So that is also affecting our revenues and expenses because there's not as much of aid from the federal sources, as well as we always try to increase enrollment and participation. And Andrea, our food service director, always looks at menu items and does a really nice job trying to promote our food service program. But it's always a challenge to increase that participation. Next is our community service fund. This is where we can provide community service, recreation, adult programs, something that's open to the whole community. It's a good, nice way to invite community members into our district, even if they don't have students here or if they don't reside in our district. This is known as Fund 80. In 2023-24, you can see the expenses had decreased a little bit from the previous year. We did have a full-time staff member work as our fitness coordinator, and due to the turnover of staff, now we do not have a full-time person. We have a part-time person and some other part-time people working in there, monitoring the facilities. So therefore, the expenses were a little bit less in 2023-24, and I'm going to keep the levy and the expenses budget a little bit lower as we go on to 2024-25 due to those changes in staff. And then finally, if you look at the last page, which is page 13 in your packet, it gives a summary of all the funds. And for 2024-25, with all funds, all expenses, we're looking at $33,233,768. And as typical, if we work with Bayard Finance or with DPI, they'll take the transfer and subtract that. That's the transfer that goes to Fund 27. The reason they subtract it is because it's doubled up. You already have those expenses in Fund 27, and then it's also an expense in Fund 10 when you transfer it. So generally is subtracted out. Then the net expenses are much better in a picture of what the actual expenses are for the district would be the $29,970,489. And that is a 2.9% increase from the previous year. For our taxes, which is listed just below in the proposed property tax levy box, for general fund, we're looking at $16,496,550. For debt service, or Fund 39, we're looking at $1,741,925. And community service, $303,312. So that would be a total levy of $18,541,787. That is a 5.41% increase from the previous year. However, the mill rate, the tax rate per $1,000, is increasing 34 cents from 6.79 to 7.13 for 2024-25. And if you notice, that is still lower than it was 2 years ago in 2022-23. And again, these numbers are all very preliminary as we get the final enrollment numbers in and the state aid and the property numbers in October. The final budget will be adjusted and presented at the annual meeting in October. And the new programs we have talked about, such as special education, Act 20 learning, are also listed at the bottom. And do you have any questions?
So the estimated mill rate goes up by about 5%, but the total levy goes up about 5.41. I'm assuming there was some growth in the community and other factors to help mitigate some of that levy increase.
There you go. The property growth can affect the levy as well as our enrollment. And a large part, which is just an estimate right now as of July 1st, is the equalization aid from the state. That is based off all the district's budgets, not off of the actual numbers. So it's the data is completely different that they use for that for their October certification. So it always changes. So that plays into a big part of what we receive from state aid. And, you know, the revenue limit's a combination of state aid and tax levy.
Right.
So if the state number changes for equalization aid, that will change our tax levy as well.
Okay.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions? Thank you, Amy. Okay, let's move on to item J, seclusion and restraint report per board policy 411.1, which we have in our packets, right?
Correct, you have it. I just want to, for the sake of the community, I know that Mrs. Harris had mentioned the number of seclusion restraints at Little Prairie specifically. So I know you have had it, you've had a chance to review it. I'll ask for questions, but I just wanted to reiterate the number of students that this, you know, is occurring with is small. So obviously we cannot ever talk about specifics because it is such a small population and subgroup. But I do want to reiterate that the students that are involved in this high number of seclusion and restraint have had an incredibly large support system here in the district, right? The teams continue to meet in order to discuss what further actions we can take to support each of these students in these situations, because they are very traumatic, right? They're traumatic for students and they're traumatic for staff alike. And so we, of course, as a last resort, are sometimes into situations where these have to occur. But I will say, yeah, this is a huge number that probably has never potentially been viewed. Didn't go too far back, but I mean, they're pretty extensive. But again, a very small population of students. I think Lindsay would say along with me that, you know, we worked hard, very, very hard with these students, and I feel pretty good about some of the action plans that we have to continue to meet their educational needs as we respond to those situations. You'll see in there as well, Lakeland School is also included in that. So 2 of our buildings here in district did have situations that included seclusion or restraint. But did you have any other questions regarding that information? Right. Yeah. And we've talked a lot about, not only the number of students and an increase of identification, but the needs that are associated with that, and the amount of staffing that is associated to support. Sometimes, you know, that can look like 4 or 5 people supporting easily one student in a crisis situation.
Does Prairie View have the needed facilities as these students move from Little Prairie to like the seclusion facilities and all that? Are they what we want them to be, or are they
Sure.
subpar?
So there are regulations, right, around what state statute defined seclusion space can look like, right? But there are identified spaces in each of the buildings if we were to need that, yes. Mhm. Right. Correct. And I'll put a plug in. I'm still short 6 special education paraprofessionals. So if anyone is looking for a position, no, those are filled. Those are filled. These are the 29 hours a week positions. So when we talk about staffing, I have positions open at every single building yet, and it's the middle of July, and I start to get some heart palpitations when I start thinking about that. You know, and what does that look like with planning with the principals and teachers? So. Any other questions?
Okay, let's move on to item K, which is the bullying and harassment report, again per board policy 411.1.
A couple of things. I know you had a chance to review the data in here, but some of the big points that I think are important out of this that I did not mention specifically in this report, but we did, you know, switch to Speak Up, Speak Out in the spring a year ago now, I think, right? And so one of the benefits that we said moving to that system was the notification to police if that, in law enforcement, if that were to be needed. And we did have that situation happen this year where a situation came to our attention, and as we responded, police department had already been informed and we're doing a welfare check on that student. And so it was reassuring to know that that process was there and in place versus we had talked before about, oh gosh, are we checking our email enough to even know when these reports are coming in on a Sunday night during a Packer game, Mr. Wirtz, right? Like, so sometimes these things do happen. So I think that has been really great. Hypothetically, that could happen. Hypothetically could happen. The other thing that, you know, I did add in here was the fidelity of some of the data. And so I talked a little bit about that in our 5-year self-evaluation of our pupil non-discrimination report a couple of months ago. And so I just want to basically reassure the board that we are working actively as an administration, pupil service, and Lisa Dragata behind the scenes of where does this data live, right? In terms of Skyward and our student management system, are we consistent in where and when these are being reported so that because we are obligated now to report in all of these different classes, right? In various protected classes, we have to report out on all of that, that we have all of that information in one place. So that has been a little, I'll use back to the word fragmented in terms of where that data was living. Is that Google Sheets? Is that Skyward? Is that, you know, somewhere else in our SUSO system, in our vector system, right? So just compiling all of that together to make sure that the data has not only the fidelity to it, but the consistency in what that looks like year to year moving forward. So I am excited that, you know, those conversations have been happening and will be in place for the 24-25 school year this year. But any other questions that you have on any of the rest of that report? Okay.
Thank you. Okay, item L, update related to the district involvement with the Multi-State Information Sharing and Analysis Center regarding cybersecurity practices review. It's a nice title. Yeah. Something short.
Scary thing is he did work on making it shorter.
It is short, yeah.
Okay. So this is just a brief update on the Multi-State Information Sharing and Analysis Center, MS-ISAC for short. You may remember that from my strategic priority presentation that I did back in like January, February. So just briefly, what is MS-ISAC? It's a cybersecurity partner that works with government organizations such as school districts. They provide the services for free, which is always nice. We get email threat alerts, so if there's like 0-day vulnerabilities in a certain software, something like that, they send an email out to all the members, and you get that notification right away. And if it applies to you, you can take action, resolve it. If it doesn't apply, not software you use, just discard the email. They are helpful. There's been quite a few times, probably 3-4 times where I got one of those emails and I was like, haven't heard of this one yet. So take a look at it, apply the resolution, apply the updates, stuff like that. They also have webinars that obviously focus on just more general cybersecurity things, not necessarily like vendor specific, but just information. And there's also a web portal for members with tools and resources. There's like discussions, kind of like almost forums. You can ask for advice. You can see what other people are doing. They provide you like security standards that you can follow. And they also have a 24/7 SOC, a Security Operations Center. So if you do get some malware, get infected, or you have a breach going on, you can reach out to them, contact them, and then members of ISAC work together to help you out. So it's kind of a nice community type program. So then, like, what have we done with MS-ISAC? So we joined in January of 23. I learned about it from another district. We have like a technology director email group, and somebody learned about it and they kind of threw it out to the group just as like a FYI. And it was the first time I heard of it. It was really intriguing. So I reached out to the MS-ISAC contact, and they were happy to get us on board and get the membership all finished. So shortly after that, we started receiving cyber hygiene reports from MS-ISAC. Basically just gave them our public IP addresses, website addresses, applications that are externally facing, and they just scan them and they send me a report of any vulnerabilities they found, anything that looks off. So that's really helpful. The only thing is, like, kind of week to week, not much changes because we're a small district, and kind of what we have out there and what we're running doesn't change that frequently. But the reports are useful, and it's not dynamic. So if we did add something, I'd have to reach out to them to let them know. They don't just pick up on it and send me a report. Let's see. The other thing is, we started moving towards the CIS standards after joining. Like I mentioned, they have a lot of benchmarks and whatnot in their members portal. And the benchmarks kind of tell you standard practices as far as configuring policies and levels of security and things like that. So we started following that, getting settings in place on our Windows computers and browsers, things like that. And at that time, around March 2023, February, I signed up for a remote penetration test, and that was waitlisted because it's a really popular thing to have done. And a pen test is when they try to basically break into your network and tell you if it's good or not. So that was waitlisted, and then this March, I received a notification that we could actually test. So followed up with them. I said yes, still interested. They got us on the calendar, and I had a pre-assessment meeting with them on May 1st, just kind of go over everything, get all the paperwork in, tell them our IP ranges and things like that, just give them a little bit of information. and then they tested May 7th through May 31st. And we also did the optional internal testing where they ran tests from a computer inside our network that I purposely gave them access to. So I know it's kind of vague. I didn't want to get into too many details, just like in a public setting, just as far as, what they found and kind of, what the details are, just because it is security focused. But that's just kind of the overview and what we've been doing with MSISAC, and just to let you guys know that cybersecurity is one of the bigger parts of the job in the department, and it's always just becoming more and more. So did you have any general questions about MSISAC or what we're doing with it?
How often would they tell you to do another penetration test?
What would they say? Honestly, I would say probably once a year. Once a year.
I mean, big changes, right? That might prompt
Sure.
a desire to have something done,
Sure.
right?
Yeah. But I mean, I think with like minimal changes,
Yeah.
if you're not changing much of software, adding things that are public facing, I'd say once a year. So, oddly enough, they did not offer to waitlist me again after the test, so I might have to see what that's about. So,
Yeah.
but that's all I had then.
Thank you.
Yep.
Anybody have questions? Good. And item M will move to closed session. So we'll take reports. Dr. Hibner, Amy, Amanda.
Do this month, but I will make it super short since I know that you've read it. But for the purposes of the fact that I'm really proud of this process, it was a really intensive process. I will just highlight the procedural compliance self-assessment that was required of the special education department in 23-24 this past year. So special education has a myriad of cyclical indicators that we are responsible for throughout a 5-year cycle. Since I have been in district now, this is, I've been here 2+ years now. We've been responsible for every indicator. So I feel like, okay, we made it through like the biggest parts, and now we're going to roll back through. But really that process, I'll get straight to that step 1 of that team. I mentioned this, I think, a little bit before, but we had a number of IEPs. Every single IEP in our step 1 needed some type of revision. Sometimes that's a really small technical revision. Some of them were more large-scale compliance issues around whether it was shortened day or implementation pieces, components and specific statements that DPI might be looking for throughout those IEPs. But all of those IEPs needed some type of revision and evaluation that we reviewed as a PCSA team initially, which was fine. I completely expected that, right? That was like not surprising whatsoever. So we had to fix all of those, and by the time it came time to review that, 100% compliance, which was great. The bigger piece that I was really more honed in on then was how do we keep that level of compliance and best practice as we move through the year, because that step 2 was a random pull. And so we were able to review some of those ahead of time, but throughout the year, the amount of professional development and coaching and training, again, Jennifer Marcinkevic reviews each and every one of those, and then working with Matt Burt, program support teacher, and myself, just getting that information to the teachers. And shout out to the teachers and those psychs, because this was a huge burden in terms of time for paperwork and just making sure that they're meeting all the marks, right? So I just wanted to share that, in our final phase, DPI, I had an option of DPI to come in, our consultant, and come into district or do a desk audit. I chose for her to come in because I think it's important to have a very upfront conversation if I were to have questions, and I did have some questions. And I think it worked out because I think there were two things specifically that I was like, let's leave it and see what she says. Because I really like to know, in the world of DPI, right? Like, it's a little gray, right? So let's see how she interprets that. And guess what? She did come back to me and say, well, it could be like this. And I said, or it could be like that. And she's like, you're right, as long as it's the rationale, right? So came in and no corrective actions needed. So really super proud of the team for that. Now we just carry that forward. We have new special education teachers coming on board again this year, as we do every year, as we've kind of grown that team. So it's just making sure that we keep everyone coached up and on the same page. So shout out to all of those people again, because that was a really huge undertaking. So just wanted to highlight that process as over for now. We'll come back to it in another 5 years, but for now we're happy with that process. So
Thank you.
questions on that?
Okay, then we'll move down to policy review and development. I actually asked for policy 830 to be brought back. Mr. O'Leary's doing a great job enforcing the policy as it's written. And I wear a few hats. One of my hats is on the board of our local soccer club and talking with some of our other youth programs and trying to understand how the policy as it's written today will or won't impact groups. And in rewatching a meeting from last November where we touched this policy last, we actually referenced that we should come back and talk about the fee schedule. And I don't think we actually had done that part. So I've put in front of you some potential edits. I'll talk through them kind of page by page, hoping for discussion, questions. I have the last page is just a few anecdotal notes. Again, I think some of the pieces of this policy impact certain groups more than others, probably, in terms of like group makeup, how much of their group is what you would consider in district versus not. What of our youth programs or other community programs use school facilities, and which ones maybe use village or other municipal facilities and maybe don't come into contact with our school facilities as much. So trying to be very transparent. Some of this for me is led from a soccer club perspective, and also trying to get feedback and input from other groups as well, because I'm not trying to make this just about soccer, but how does it meet the needs of everybody. Things I heard from a couple of other groups, sometimes our numbers are low, especially at different age levels. Corey spoke to that a little bit with softball. So again, wanting to make sure that if we can have a team that meets the needs of some East Troy kids, but maybe is supplemented from other communities, how do we want to charge them for using facilities? And I think in the previous community meeting that Jake and Brian hosted last fall, every group talked about how low their fees are and trying to keep registration fees really, really low, to make things as accessible as possible for kids and families. And that was definitely something, again, across the board. People, if we're paying for fields or gyms or space, that will definitely impede on what we need to charge. So I'll just, I guess, start on the first page. I cleaned up a couple of like little English things or maybe little typos, which is, these policies have been around a long time. I'm sure they've been revised. So no real significant change on the first page, a couple typos, or just grammar things. On the second page, under point E, we talk about if a kitchen's used, that you may be assessed fees for having additional employees in the building. I think this is something that was brought up in the past. Like, should we name the fees or specifically talk to how a group would know what they're going to be paying for that? The same thing applies under point F with extra custodians being in the building, like off hours, or doing specific setup or tear down or cleanup or other tasks. So curious for the board's discussion on, leave it vague and open for a group to potentially inquire about fees, or do we want to name them in the policy?
So prior to discussing this back in November, I had talked to I got feedback from about 6 different districts, some neighboring, some that I've known in the past. And a lot of information was utilized in making the changes that we did make and you guys approved back in November. So that portion of it has been done. Again, if we're not really trying to compare, let's say, the facilities that we have here to, let's say, a turf field in Elmbrook or wherever else. So that too was taken into consideration on how we should level our fees, what maintenance is involved in maintaining these areas, things like that were all kind of taken into consideration when the fees were initially discussed. Again, there's no changes made to it. We kept the existing that we had. Compared to those other districts, and I can provide that information that was sent to me, we're fairly low compared to some of the other districts that are around us.
Yeah, right now we're specifically, I think, calling out the custodian off hours fee.
Sure.
Or the.
So in the policy, we dictate, or we explained what was considered custodial time. That's not in this one, is it?
Right, Monday through Friday, 6 a.m. to 11 p.m.
Yeah, you see that in front of you. I don't know what page
Yeah.
that's on. So outside of that, again, it would cost the district, overtime to host that, whatever that may be. And again, as far as laying that out directly in the administrative rule, I think is difficult just because each event is kind of particular to needs, and
Sure.
let's say you run a banquet in the gym. The setup for that is going to be quite large. You're going to have probably AV needs. You're going to have a lot more cleanup, things of that nature. So I guess if you want to put a name on it, you can call it custodial overtime or technology fees, or I guess we'd have to kind of go down the list of things that could occur or could be asked for to put a name on it, I guess.
I mean, I'm okay with leaving it as is. It was brought up in the November meeting as maybe we want to name it.
Sure.
If it's overtime is on average $50 an hour, or at the maximum $100, whatever,
Sure,
to
sure.
name it, to say.
Yep.
To your point, we don't know if you need 1 hour or 3 hours or what it is, or 5 people or one,
Correct.
but that's the fee,
Correct.
So.
Correct.
Do you want to just leave it as it is?
If the costs go up in the future, then you'd have to come back and
You would.
change it. I don't know if we could put verbiage in there as it will be, it already says will be assessed hourly, ask
Mm-hmm.
ask for your event, what it might be. I don't know.
Yeah.
Because if you put a number in there,
Yep.
then, some people will say, well, ours is so small, can it be less? And then other people will say, boy, we're getting a deal for how big our event is. And I don't know. I think Jake's right. It would be case by case.
I'm sorry I didn't number these pages. That was dumb. But on the 4th page, under point L, I did put inquire to the athletics and activities coordinator for specific cost. Right? So basically saying,
Oh, yeah.
once if you need special equipment or, work done to prepare, you would need to put that in your request, right? To say.
And Brian and I have talked about that, and he would reach out to me, and we'd kind of work through that together, and then be able to provide an estimate to whatever group was trying to come in and rent the space and what they could expect to pay. Again, it would be ballpark because we don't know, if it's going to be 100 people or 50 people that show up to your event. The mess gets exponentially larger potentially.
Mm-hmm.
So I think for what I was hoping the board could more specifically look at is on the, I guess, 5th page where we have the groups define. I made some fairly significant changes, I guess, in defining Group A. So previously, Group A was in-district nonprofit organizations or youth groups holding practices, meetings, or other group business involves members of the group making the facility request. So, for example, Boy Scouts, Girl Scouts, 4-H, youth sports practices. And it said must meet 75% rule. And then Group B was in-district nonprofit youth groups hosting events open to the public or as participants in youth sports league play. So, for example, tournaments, youth club games with out-of-district teams. The hosting club must meet the 75% rule. Again, their practices would be Group A, their competitions would be Group B. And then Group B also included all other in-district nonprofit groups like theater, adult rec groups, church services groups, Lions Club, Kiwanis meetings, Village Rec program. I actually suggested taking point B up into Group A. So that's a somewhat significant move, but as I was thinking about this, I thought, should we put them all in one group together to be kind of charged the same way? Of course, it comes into play with how you're charged, right? So. Yeah, so, and actually I think I made one mistake here as I edited the point 4. So today you would need to provide proof that 75% of your members are in district. Under today's policy, correct. And I did so many edits, I missed one here. So, which is the biggest one, most important. So I guess my idea, and I'm sorry, it's getting late, I know, and hard to focus, but Group A would become in-district, essentially nonprofit groups that are practicing or meeting, really. Group B would become in-district groups that are hosting things for competition or, outside participation. Right, so Group B would stay the same, except I've just moved point B from Group B to Group A. Does that make sense? My suggestion is that in-district nonprofit groups like the theater groups, Church, Lions Club, Kiwanis Club, would then fall in Group A, which is mostly not charged for using the space.
Exception for A currently is the high school football field with lights and showers. That's the only thing that Group A pays for.
Right.
They have to provide their 403 paperwork.
So, to the board, we can leave B under Group B if that makes a difference. They would be then charged Group B fees for things. So you see what I'm saying? I'm taking them out from paying for a classroom or paying for using the lecture hall for a meeting or something like that. That's the change. I'm basically saying whether you're in-district nonprofit org doing a practice or theater or a Lions Club meeting.
So the difference with, and maybe that's where the language needs to change, so that speaking to the theater group particularly,
Okay.
they're not in district. So that organization is not from East Troy.
So they wouldn't qualify.
It's from
then.
Burlington.
Right. So
Yeah.
Right.
Yep.
But if they were, right, if there was an
Mhm.
in-district nonprofit theater group, right?
If they were hosting practices, yes, they would use our rehearsals. They would use it for free.
Right.
Correct. Yep.
It's the balance of like, we know who the groups are today, but they could be something else tomorrow.
Correct.
So, you know, what do we want the rule to be? Yeah, so I literally made too many edits and missed the one thing. So point 4 is also a point that I definitely wanted the board to weigh in on, and I know other groups did as well. So currently, we require in-district, the definition for being in-district is that 75% of your members, participants, players, whatever the right term is district residents. My proposed change is to 51%. And I also noted in red, district residents, this includes East Troy addresses and families who attend East Troy Community School District. Because I felt like that was maybe vague on purpose or specific in a restricting way. I also look at in my specific case, I look at my registration list and I know who the East Troy addresses are, but we have other other communities in our district. So then I'm trying to figure out, is your Burlington address in our district or not? Is your, right, it's like, it's hard to kind of, I think I'll be adjusting our registration form to specifically say, you know, are you in the East Troy Community School District, so I can pull a report for this, but I don't have that data today, so.
So if a church group decided, new church founded, and they'd have a building, and they came to us and said, hey, we want to conduct our services every Sunday in the high school gym. How would that be handled today, and how would that be handled under your proposed changes?
Yeah, so today they would be Group B. And on the back of this page, Group B would say,
Pay a minimal, extremely minimal fee.
it would be depending on the gym, $15 or $20 per hour. And there may be additional fees for setup help or other equipment that they need, right? I mean, I know it's our policy, but just making sure we're all thinking about it the same way, because it's a lot of bullet points.
In our policies, we say yes to everybody, so you can't discriminate or make decisions. If you make a request and you meet these requirements, you are in. So someone certainly could come to us and say, we want to use the gym for church every Sunday. We'd kind of be obligated.
Yeah, there is another point to this policy, which is the form that actually you fill out to get like into the system.
That could be basketball practice and everything on that Sunday, right? The gym already be reserved for every Sunday.
Yeah, and we do have a bullet point that speaks to the district taking precedent over other outside groups. We sort of have the right of first refusal, and I mean, we get bumped for stuff from time to time because school events are happening or whatever. That's a thing. Does that answer your question, Kevin?
Yeah, so basically your change would bump them just to say where they don't pay anything, but if, you know, the fees that we're charging for group B, for a big group don't really matter, for a small group they probably do, like a Cub Scout or something, right?
Yeah, I mean, then this is
Except
literally
split
for
the
discussion, right? If
athletics group,
everybody's like, no, that should really stay where it is, and they should pay Group B rates, whatever we decide they are, then, okay, let's talk about it, for sure. I was trying to think about like, well, why do some groups get space for a lower price and some not? Like, that didn't seem, I wasn't sure what to do with that in my mind, right? Like, if you're of the district, you're paying taxes for the facilities. And any thoughts around changing the 75% to another percentage?
It was off participation. If I recall, looking back at you guys'
we changed it. I think it's been 75% for some time. Like Dave Lindau asked me a few years ago to prove.
It was not written in any administrative rule. You may have.
So I think that was our concern.
covered that, but it
I think
Okay.
that was our concern was the inadequacy of the application.
And kind of where that 75%, like back the meeting in November, the 75% kind of came from, there were discussions about our participation numbers at the high school in sports and athletics. And so that kind of came, the 75% came where we want the East Troy residents that are going to be going to the high school to be part of those clubs,
Yeah,
as opposed to like the surrounding areas. That's kind of where we came with that 75% to try to boost numbers. We want East Troy kids playing in the soccer, baseball, basketball programs, so that when they get to high school, they're still involved in athletics. So that's kind of where that 75% came from.
I'm on board with the 51%. I think it makes sense that it's giving our students more opportunities because this club now can get enough players to have a team.
Yeah. I mean, I would like them to all be East Troy kids for sure too, right? Like but also.
Is it though? I mean, I don't know how these schools work. But I think again, I hear like we're thinking the 51% will give everybody more opportunities, and I'm all for that too. But it won't if it's 51%, and if so 49% of the kids are coming from other communities and we're turning away then would have been kids in East Troy because we would have 75%.
I guess I was assuming, my
So
knowledge
my
is
point
pretty
is,
much
because
everybody in
if
East
there's
Troy
no
wants to
cut
do a
rule,
sport can get
it
in.
works. But if there's a cut rule, it
Yeah.
doesn't work.
You're
That's
right
all I'm
there.
gonna say.
Yeah.
It doesn't work. I don't know if there is a cut rule. I have no idea what these sports are. I'm a superintendent at East Troy School. Not a
Right.
sport. But if there's a cut rule, it doesn't work. Then the cut rule doesn't go in line with participation.
Yeah.
Because it's 75 would support the no cut rule. 51, 25, no, would probably support cut. And I'm not involved in whether or not it should or should not be. I'm just saying I think that has to get defined, the purpose. That's all that that's well, I'm on the facility.
Yeah. Well said, though. Yeah, I had assumed most clubs here don't have a cut rule. They have a hard time finding players versus, like, look at our football team.
Yeah, I don't know that. I'm just saying.
But
that's all
yeah,
I'm saying.
you're absolutely right. That would be a concern. My bigger concern was making the school facilities available for free to non-student groups, just because that could create a burden on the, like,
Yeah.
if we're not charging even a small fee, they're gonna come here instead of the East Troy Community Center or the town center out by the police station where, let's at least make it a little, I don't want to say distasteful, but you're taking resources away from the people who sign you up, and, even if they don't charge you for custodians, there's time in the coordination. So I think the fees are so small, it's not like it's a burden for anybody, but I'd still like to have them there, personally.
So you would like to keep the Group B.
Group B as other nonprofit groups, if you're not a student group in the school or whatever it's been assigned as the youth group, keep it in Group B. Make you pay a small fee. I don't know if we have any groups, complaining or concerned about the fees that we're charging them.
Yeah, I don't know. I know community band came up last fall as, their membership changes. They could be a lot of East Troy or not time to time. The theater group was another. I don't remember another group that was specifically Group B, Lions Club or Kiwanis. I don't know if they're even using the building, so I don't know.
I know in the November meeting, we talked about when these, like the new policy would be implemented, and there was really no like good starting point to be equitable to the groups that had already started during the year. And so I know we talked about like doing it for the fall. So that's where I emailed out to the club leaders that July 1st, we were going to start implementing these new prices just because it's the beginning of the year. That makes it equitable to everybody. So some of the groups may have not been charged in the past. And so I don't know, if there will be more emails, questions coming after they start getting billed for using, the facilities.
Yeah, and I understand, like, I don't know how to say it other than just like, we're always wanting East Troy kids to play. We're usually looking for kids to fill out a team so that we don't have to tell East Troy kids that we don't have a team for them and they need to go somewhere else to play, right? But I can't speak for every sport or every group or every cut policy or no, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know.
Well, and there was, so like through the emails when I sent out, asking people, or asking for rosters and practice schedules and that kind of, that kind of thing. There was one club leader that reached out and said that there were youth sports that do cut. So that was their concern, like with the 75% rule, that was their concern that if you're cutting the East Troy, like there are tryouts for different sports for youth clubs in East Troy. I don't know if there's East Troy kids that are cut, but that was one of the concerns from one of the other club leaders that didn't want the 75% to change because they know that there's sports that cut kids. Taking opportunities away from East Troy kids to play a sport, and then, in my role, I don't want them in high school, not, maybe.
Well, that affects your high school.
Sure. Yep.
But I mean, how yours, but
Yeah,
affects-
ours,
affects your
yes,
high school.
yes.
Right, it affects your area.
Yeah.
I got it, yeah. And again, I think a lot of people here looking for is all that because we don't run that stuff, right?
Right.
Not everybody knows what it's for.
Right.
So.
I'm very transparently wearing two hats, right, sitting here, which is,
Because I think originally, the purpose of it was intended for twofold. I think some people think it's just about not incurring expenses, which is true.
right,
And then I
for
think
sure.
the other purpose was, it was on that participation to help encourage, right, like, you understand that groups have to be a mix, and you have, you got different communities, we want to attract kids from other communities to programs that could lead to other things in a positive way for us.
Yep.
But not, in the same breath, deter any East Troy kid ever from.
Sure. Yeah, fair. I would be open to others' input. And maybe that's enough for tonight. I know it's late and it's hard to even think clearly anymore. But I did also on the last page mock up a different fee chart, tried to just be a little bit more specific about spaces. Something I also missed that I wrote in pen, there's the gym at Dobeck. Maybe when I listed out all the gyms, I should have included that gym. I don't know if we would allow anyone to reserve that space. I don't remember it being on the, no. There are groups that use it though. Just the high school cheer team.
Youth does as well.
So.
All the way down to 4 years old.
Yeah. Yeah. So we would need to have them deal with it the same way everybody else deals with it. Reserve the space. Right? It has to be consistent, so. Assuming they are Group A, they're not gonna pay for it, but they need to reserve it like everybody else does. And maybe we don't let anybody else reserve that space, but.
I think
Right.
I think other groups have used it in the past though, because I remember getting emails about, hey, we got to pull up the mats for such and such.
So anyway, again, maybe we don't wanna talk about this anymore tonight. Or maybe we do, I don't know, but very specifically from a soccer perspective, you know, we're registering for next year. I'm looking at the numbers and I'm like, wow, we could have a bill for $6,000 at the end of the year to pay for our practice time and our games if we don't meet the 75% rule.
But if
I'm-
the 75% was dropped to 51%, according to your 54%, you would be in Group A then, is your understanding?
Yeah, and we're not done registering. This
Right.
is just like numbers at this moment in time. Our younger numbers are all East Troy kids. Nobody comes from anywhere else to play soccer. It's literally when we get into, you know, 8th grade, 9th grade, 10th grade level that we have half a team or something like that. That's just soccer. I'm not trying to make this about soccer at all. I was just trying to give us some anecdotal data on, like, you know, that will be a bill to pay that we have to come up with. And
Is there a potential that soccer players coming from other districts could decide to want to come to school in East Troy as well?
I mean, I think
because
it's
they're making
always a
friends and all that kind of
potential,
stuff?
right?
That's where we'd have to.
I don't
we'd
know
have-
that it happens so often, but I know
Right.
we do have kids come in for athletics
Your-
every once in a
Your
while.
change where I lost the page, where you said it's, East Troy addresses and families who attend, right, that would be an actual change.
Oh.
To the policy, right,
That
to
was my-
change it from addresses to addresses and kids who attend.
Oh, yeah,
right?
families who attend East Troy School District, so
Yeah.
I think that.
I could see
That would be like
I
an
could- I'd
open
be on-
enrolled
I'd be
kid,
on board
right,
for that.
or-
Yeah,
right,
I'd
right.
be on board for that.
People might kill me for this, sorry, bad terminology, this is what we're going to use. But it is late. Could you really quick, and again, I don't think you fix it tonight on what I'm saying, but, so if I just heard you say, Anna, that younger grades, it's all East Troy, it sounds like, but as you get older grades, you don't know if you meet the 75% rule because the team's composition changes. Instead of it being full group, so in this case, full soccer, either A is in either A or not an A, because of the 75% rule.
Well, why
Does the
mock
se-
this all up too?
Does the 75% rule stay,
Right,
and it gets applied per
team,
the team?
right, I know, I
I don't
mean,
know, I'm just
the
saying, right?
The current language is really vague, right, your group. So it's like, well, if I go by team, then that team pays for one rate and the other team doesn't, or whatever. Sure, we can
I'm not saying
discuss
it's-
that.
I just throwing
Yeah,
it out there.
I mean, absolutely.
I don't know if it's doable to manage.
I mean, our board has talked about it.
So you have 172 currently enrolled, right? $35. That's something that you're.
If your $6,000 is correct, divided by 172, kids would have to pay.
Is that something that you guys have discussed, I guess, as far as, if you were to, let's just say, this week, if you were to raise your fees $35 a player,
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, the little kids are $100, so
Yeah.
it turns into $135. I don't know.
I guess, I'm just curious if that's what's been
Yeah.
brought up.
And again, like, we will do what the board decides to do. I'm just, I guess, wanting to make sure we've like really thought about what we want the policy to be, because I don't think we really dug through the fee part when we looked at it in November.
No, we didn't. The fees were
And I could see the football field or the varsity soccer field, for example, being very different than, which is now a lighted field, so that, you know, maybe is different on the fee schedule anyway, but like, it's cared for and we put more time into those spaces than the middle school grass. Right? So, there's just things to consider, I guess. Anybody else have any questions or comments?
It's not an action item anyway, right?
No, it wasn't, but I think if Brian will have to answer that, all of you will have to answer that, and around the soccer and all that. But right now, this is, the policy as is getting implemented. Yeah, right.
And I really don't, I'm very sensitive to, I don't want anyone to feel like I'm pushing an agenda here. I'm trying to be very like, the board needs to decide what's right for the district because,
Good point, though. I mean, now that the soccer fields are lighted and football, I mean, what we're charging to use those fields is nothing. It's a joke, right? So, $20 to use the high school football field? Are you kidding me? Yeah, kind of.
well, currently Group A would be charged 15 for the football field.
An hour.
Yeah. Or 30 if you're Group B. Or
Per hour.
Per
It's-
hour.
Yeah.
So I mean, I guess I would appreciate if everybody could think about what they, if anything, that you would like to change. And yes, another point for another day is this actual scheduling of the spaces.
Is so I'm interested, we're all focusing on the youth groups, but the way this is written, they don't need to be youth groups for free access to the facilities, as long as everybody's a member of the, my church thing, actually, as I'm reading this, if everybody's a member of the church and 75% are from the community, they would have free access. In-district, nonprofit organization.
Mm-hmm.
No?
Yeah, I mean, I think that
They're
was,
getting a gym,
I
so,
think that goes along to part of why I just sort of tucked B up there. It was like more examples, but
In that particular, so say your church is holding a service, in that case, it would be a group fee.
Because,
Because they're hosting a large group event, I guess it'd be comparable to a youth team running a game, right?
but I don't know if I don't know if the policy is written that way, is what I'm saying. Yeah, because I would read it as, it's only involves members of the group, all members of the church, making the request.
but we have to submit a roster of who's coming.
Oh, okay, I didn't
And
realize
that's
that.
the difference.
Okay,
Right? Like I have to literally send a
Here's the-
roster now that
okay,
says,
I didn't realize that.
yeah, and so your church probably wouldn't have that. I mean, maybe they would, I guess, but.
Do you guys want me to put this on the special meetings agenda?
Sure. I mean, and I appreciate the collaboration. Again, it just feels like it could maybe just use a little tweaking to,
So special meeting on the 29th, so we'll have 3 topics on that.
okay.
So far.
So far, I agree. I think we should move on, though. I mean,
Yeah, no.
Shayna's still here for
Oh.
the closed
Is
session.
she awake?
I didn't even know she was, I'm so sorry.
Yeah, she's gonna report out on the closed session.
No, I really, I didn't see her anymore. All right, let's, I'll make a motion to adjourn to executive session for discussion pertaining to an update regarding former employee alleged misconduct as provided under state statute 19.851B, 1C, and 1G.
Second.
Roll call vote, Steve,
Yes.
Kevin.
Yep.
Adam.
Yes.
I vote yes, we're in closed session.